Welcome back to Legalese 123, where we are covering cases across America. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Good morning, Kendra. Hello. You're the first person I'm saying hello to, and whoever else is on here, hello. I'm not on TikTok just yet. Had a couple of technical difficulties this morning. Things just didn't want to work out, so I'm a little bit late. Sorry. Don't worry, the court's not doing anything yet. See, look. They might have come on, but I haven't looked. I'll go on live on TikTok here right now. Oh, hang on. Goodness gracious. Oy. It's a morning. It's a morning. Good morning, good morning, good morning, everybody. Good morning, good morning. Hello, hello, hello. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, everybody. All right. Good morning. Hello, hello. Walking the dogs and listening. Hi, Chels. Good morning, everybody. Hello, and welcome to Legalese 123. I'm your host, Missy K. We are in day 17 of the Lindsay Clancy case. And you guys, guess what? I heard a rumor. That Reddington is going to rest today. That is right. Reddington is going to rest today, you guys. Hello, Rachel. Hi, Jasmine. Kimberly. Good morning, good morning, good morning, everybody. And then whoever else is on here. Hello and good morning. Those of you who are on YouTube, you can see nothing's going on. Good morning, everybody who's on TikTok land. Good morning. Hi, Lisa. Hi, Sue. Good morning, everybody. Look at all those bright, shiny faces. Mimi, hi. Miss Rivera, as always. And now, Miss Rivera, am I saying it right? Is it Miss Rivera or is it Riviera? So put a 1 if it's Rivera. If it's Riviera, put 2. Just inquiring minds want to know. I'll make sure I'm pronouncing it correctly. You heard a rumor that the reason why they left early was because Patrick was missing. Oh, Patrick is missing. Oh, interesting. How long do you think it'll take for the jury to decide once he rests? Oh my goodness, that's so cute. Oh, you guys, Eva sent me, it said good afternoon, but it's okay. It was like a little sunshine that popped up. You guys, that's so cute. Oh my gosh, you guys. Oh my gosh. I don't know. Well, darknessy, pretty, we'll get into that. Good morning, sunshine. Oh, I love that. Oh, I'm saying it right. Okay, thank you. Thank you. I saw all the people in pink outside the courthouse. I know. Elementary, I got your video too. I haven't, you guys. I appreciate all the things that you send to me. You guys don't realize how, like, I get up in the morning. I even get up extra early. I took a shower today. I made my breakfast. I got to feed the cats. I got to go for a little walk. By the time I get all ready and everything, and I go on TikTok just really quickly just to kind of see what's going on. So I haven't seen it. I appreciate it. I will take a look at it. Good morning to Eva Morgan. Hello, Mary. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Do you hear closing arguments might be Monday? I think so. Somebody picked up a hot mic moment. Oh, is that what you sent me? Oh, okay. I'll take a look at it. You avoid my, oh, thanks. Thank you so much, Gen X. I appreciate you. I thought maybe Patrick wasn't going to take the stand for the defense. We don't know. So I had heard, somebody interviewed Kevin Reddington. Oh, cakes, yummy. Somebody interviewed Kevin Reddington yesterday, and he said that he thinks that he's going to do closing arguments, or sorry, not closing arguments. He's going to rest today, And then, we have some rebuttal witnesses for the Commonwealth. So it depends on how many rebuttal witnesses there are and how they're going to go through that. If by chance the case could be done today, they're going to have a charging conference. What does that mean? That means they need to go through the paperwork and decide how they're going to charge the case and then what the jury instructions are going to be. That's like sometimes takes a whole day. Oh, he was supposed to appear in court yesterday and he didn't show. That's what you heard? Oh, I heard that there was something with a woman witness. A woman witness was supposed to go and there's something with childcare or something. So there's lots of rumors and speculations. Don't come for me. Somebody came for me yesterday and said that I was speculating. When I'm speculating, speculation. I can be wrong, I'm not perfect. I can be wrong. Are they at sidebar this morning? I kind of zoomed and I didn't even see that they had started. Did they even start this morning? Oh, here we go. Yeah, they did. Okay, hang on, everybody. They did start this morning. Hang on. We're going to bring that to you because I want to hear what they have to say. I'm sure it's a big nothing, but let's see. Hold on, everybody.
This court is now in session. You may be seated.
This happened early this morning. They're in a sidebar, but I just want to hear.
Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She's represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington. The Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Montgomery.
All right. Well, good morning, everyone. Good morning, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Clancy.
Oh, Katie Lou. Katie, you got to tell us how it was.
Going, can I see counsel at sidebar?
Okay, well, the defense called Patrick back. Well, there's a rumor that Patrick might be there. Oh my gosh, you guys, hang on. They showed the courtroom. Hang on. You guys, they showed the entire courtroom. Holy smokes. Okay, I can tell you who some of the players
Morning,
are.
everyone. Good morning, counsel.
Okay, hold on.
Good morning, Ms. Clancy.
Oh my goodness, they showed the entire. Oh, hold on, everybody. Hold on, I get really excited. Okay, let's see. I can tell you.
Can I see counsel at sidebar?
Okay, I know who this woman is. I know who that man is. Okay, hold on. Hang on, let's see what the pan is, and I'll tell you who. Oh, I know who that lady is. Okay, let me see. Okay. Wow, I can't believe they showed the whole panel. Okay, so Bob Mata from Defense Diaries he's got like a button-up shirt. He's when I paused it, he's looking at his phone. He's down like in a gray shirt with short sleeves and it's a collared. And then when they pan back over again, there is I forget what her name is. There is a reporter from Boston in there. Anyways, all right. No spoilers. Yeah, no spoilers. Yeah, the courtroom is packed. I saw that. So you guys, we are live right now, which means that they're at a sidebar. And if you don't believe me, look everybody on TikTok. Beep, it's right behind me. See, there it is. Yeah, so moving forward, try not to spoiler us. Yeah, okay, everybody on TikTok, tappity tap tap tap. There are 240 of you in here. Let's go and tap 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 tap. All right, get your coffee. You're ready for the day. The TikTok social worker. She's a social worker. We kept saying nurse. The TikTok social worker will not testify. The reason why they're not allowing her to testify, we went over this, but if you're new, hi. She is not going to testify because she is not relevant. Why? She wasn't there at the time that Lindsay was there. They could have changed their policies, procedures, what have you. It's just as lovely as she was, it's just not gonna, she doesn't fit the timeline. So that's why she's not gonna, the evidence has to come into a trial that is relevant and pertinent to the events. It can't be off of vibes, right? Or I say so. Oh, Melissa, you missed a trial yesterday. Did they allow Thorndike? Okay, yep. No, they didn't. But if you missed anything yesterday, okay. Hello, everybody. My name is Missy K. I bring you law cases, not just Lindsay Clancy. Buckle up, law lovies. We have a jammed pack end of this month, early next month. You think you're going to be like, oh my goodness, what are we going to watch next? Guess what, guys? Guess what? We got more trials to watch together. And if it's not a trial that we're going to watch, we're going to do pre-trial stuff. We're going to gear ourselves up for the next trial. There is plenty for us to watch, so make sure to like and subscribe and follow. If you have not hit that follow button, please do. Anybody who's on TikTok, if you want to watch this live with me, I have a YouTube channel. It's called Legalese123. I'm over there right now. I'm doing both. You can watch the trial with us, and there is a little chat over there too. It is not as much as TikTok is, but I have a lot of people who watch me over here together, and then they hop over on TikTok and make comments in the TikTok as well. So you could do both, but you can go and watch me on the big screen. You can go watch it on your television. I'm much larger. I'm much larger than life on your television. So if you are on TikTok with me, there are 245 of you. Please, let's hit that like button. Let's get to 10,000 likes before we get our first witness. Who will it be? I don't know. Your guess is as good as mine. Your guess is as good as mine. All right, if you haven't watched the voir dire, there was a voir dire yesterday of the TikTok social worker, Emily Thorndike. Guess what? You can go to my YouTube page. As I said before, you can go under live. Yesterday's was Lindsay Clancy, day 16. I tried to spell it out for you. Each day I spell it out for you. I also try to spell out the dates for you. You can go back and watch it. And you have what's called, you could zoom forwards. You can zoom backwards. You can even, you guys, did you know you could even change the speed of it? And you can change it. It's a little gear on the side. You can change the gear and put it up to like 1.5 and it goes by really quickly. And then you can zoom past me talking or whatever. So if you are on YouTube and you go to YouTube, please like and subscribe. That would be very kind of you. All right, my lovely YouTube people, good morning. Good morning. So I'm small, but watch this. Look how big I am. You're like, oh my goodness, you need to step away. She's so larger than life. And my camera is cut off, so when I go like this, you can't see my hands. Anyways, just wanted to show you. All right, good morning, sunshine. Good morning, Jasmine. Kendra has her coffee. What are you guys drinking this morning? What are you guys eating this morning? We'll see if those rumors are true. Is Patrick coming to testify? Yep, I'm sorry, Melissa. It kind of stinks. It kind of doesn't. She's not really relevant in the case, not saying in person or whatever. She's just not relevant. Melissa got her coffee. Oh, and if you guys want to see specifically what the judge said, I have a Facebook page. That's right. Same channel name. I posted over there. I posted her picture and I kind of posted what the judge said. So if you want to go read that, you can. I also posted some other stuff yesterday. You have to think they have to wait in line. How do they decide who gets into the courthouse? There's a lottery system. Especially for the reporters. They only have so many spots. First come, first serve, you believe. My chat switched to the court TV chat somehow. I was confused. It said members only even, and I was going 100 miles per hour and I was panicking. Like, where did my people go? You could still hear me though. Oh, I don't know, but I'm glad you're back. Yes, Melissa says she lives over here. The chat doesn't go fast. Morgan says she does both. She does both YouTube and she does TikTok. Yeah, all right, everybody. Hi, Cindy. How are you? Good morning, everybody. All right, make sure that you like and subscribe. What's everybody drinking this morning? You guys know I got my smoothie. It is protein, collagen, a shot of espresso in my little blender. If you guys don't have a little mini Ninja blender, I suggest go getting one. Not sponsored, Ninja people. Wink, wink, right? Everybody write to Ninja and tell them Legalese123 needs to be sponsored. And of course, I've got my little scrambled egg. I got to go get some more spinach. Scrambled eggs, spinach. It's like an egg white spinach with some chicken sausage. Someone said possibly jurors are being asked if support outside swayed them. I hope not. I hope not, you guys. We cannot afford a mistrial right now. We can't. I literally can't believe the coincidence in the name situation. Oh, the future ex-wife. I don't know what you're talking about. Vanilla macadamia nut. Ooh, that sounds good. You need some espresso ASAP. Sammy, go get some really quickly. You have some time. Water with creatine. Ooh, Liz, yum. Your dentist yesterday gave you a full rundown of the case as told to him by his wife. It was cute. Nolan, did you tell him to follow me? Did you say I get all my news source from legalese, right? Vicky, thank you so much for what is that? Oh, the finger heart. Thank you. And of course, Caitlin sent me the lovely cakes. Thank you for the heart, Vicky. Thank you, your future wife. I love that. I love that, you guys. Thank you. Donut. Mary, thank you so much. Thank you for the gifts. You guys, my gifts are open if you wish to contribute to the notebook and the pen fund. I did get the right tech pens, everybody. I got the right tech pens. We'll see when they come in. I'll give you a review on those. So much support for Lindsay today. Yes, Cindy, were you outside the courtroom? Let me know if I know that somebody said that they were outside the courtroom today. Amanda, hello. Uh-oh, Amanda says there's a juror issue. No. Sorry. You guys, I haven't checked all of my feeds. No juror issues. All right, from one reporter who is in the courtroom, she said, she texted this morning, Reddington doesn't consider himself an advocate for women and laughed it off. He was a good sport about getting completely attacked by the media and his female fans this morning while he was walking into court. Kevin Reddington looking dapper as usual. He's there with the Defense Diaries, Bob Mata. Kevin Reddington's wife is behind him. Looks like she's wearing pink this morning. Ooh, boy. Oh, there's lots of supporters outside with her, all wearing pink. Oh, my goodness. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. All right, let's see what else you guys have to say. Oh, thank you for the lovely kiss. Thank you, Nolan. Okay, you guys, here we go. I see the thing coming in. You think your comment's being filtered?
In a short recess, and we're going to bring the jury back in, and we'll call the next witness. Okay.
All right, the court's starting. Your future ex-wife. I don't think your things are being filtered. I don't think that they are. You do have to watch what you're saying, though. What happened? I don't know, gamer girl. Some people are saying there might be a juror issues. I don't know. Until we see it in court, you never. Yep, they're calling the jury. We're live right now. I hope you guys can't. They make fun of the bows. Let's see if they make fun of the pink. Let's go, Big Red. Ruthie. Recess already, yes. Always a sidebar resource before starting. Well, who knows? I'm tired of this trial, but more tired of Patrick haters. Are there jury issues? We don't know just yet. We'll see. The pink was in support of Lindsay this morning. Yes. Just answered that. Yes, there was a whole bunch of supporters outside the courtroom this morning. They were all wearing pink. Why has the trial not started just yet, Stephanie? Because that's the way they roll. They are coming back, you guys. They're going to come back. They're getting the jury in. What's happening? Pink is for PPP and mental health. Thank you. All right, just make sure to be nice to each other in the chat. Be nice and kind. Even though somebody might have a differing opinion than you do, it's okay. It's okay. If you do not want to be triggered, don't engage with that person. I'm reading your comments. It's okay. It's perfectly fine. There are people on both sides of this case. This is a very heated case, and we welcome both sides as long as everybody is respectful and polite. You don't have to like what somebody else has to say. You don't have to like what I have to say, but I still listen to what you have to say, and I respect you and just hope that, we have respect for each other. Be kind to each other. There's enough stuff going on out there. Kindness goes a long, long way. Let's see. Your husband asks me for Cliff Notes every day when he gets home from work. I'm sure he can't wait until this is over. Well, Rachel, tell him that you are now a permanent jury member and you are a law lovey, and so it's never over because you're going to get your law degree after you are done with me for over a year. So, guys, you're like, Missy, what's going to happen after this? I am going to bring you case after case after case after case. This is what I do. This is my passion. So when we're done here, I think we're going to go to the Fraser Bohm case. That one is going to start again. Now, it all depends on whether it's going to be live streamed. If it's live streamed, we could do it together. If it's not live streamed, we have a problem, and then we'll go figure something else out. So this Saturday at 3 p.m. East, 3 p.m. Mark your calendars. This Saturday, 3 p.m., I'm going to go live and I'm going to do what's called a case recap. I have a whole bunch of cases that I'm covering and I'm going to tell you about. That is going to set us up for the next step. Once this trial is over, we're going to start and we're going to go to the next step. I'm just not a one-trick pony. I've covered cases for a very, very, very long time. If you don't believe me, go to my YouTube channel. You'll see I've been on for over a year and what I've covered. I've just recently discovered you. You've discovered me. Hello. And so we're going to roll together because once this is over and you've been with me, you're going to have withdrawals. You're going to have withdrawals. So are things going to be as long as this? Maybe not. My streams might be a little bit shorter, which is okay, but you'll roll with it. You'll roll with me. You'll see what I'm going to bring you. And we have more conversations for other cases and other things that are going on. There are 273 of you in my chat. Everybody, let's go. We're going to get to 20K before the witness comes up. Let's see those heart, everybody. This Saturday at 3 p.m., 3 p.m. I'm going to go live this Saturday at 3 p.m. to do case catch-ups for everything that is going on. Like a glitch. Wait, what did you say? Like a glitch in the universe. Oh my goodness. New case. Quincy, you're right. I was upset too that we didn't have the Kohberger trial, but I have to tell you, so you guys know I lived in Moscow, Idaho. I left a year and a half before the M's happened. You guys, Moscow is the most beautiful town ever. If you happen to be zooming through Idaho, go there, go to one of the bars or go to one of the restaurants. Everything's locally owned. I'm glad that they didn't because the taxpayers of Moscow would have had to foot the bill for Kohberger's trial. And it really would have devastated the town. So I'm glad that it didn't happen. But guess what, you guys? He says that he says he's takes these backsies. He's taken his plea back. So we're going to cover that too. So Team Z just spotted Patrick and his wife yesterday. Wow. Liz, I didn't see that. Since watching, I have come to the conclusion I don't know why I went into healthcare and not law. Again, we're going to be lawyers at the end of this, right? TMZ didn't stalk him. Their neighbors sold the picture to TMZ. Well, you had withdrawals after Amber Heard trial. Yep. Well, now you found me. So make sure to go like and everything like that. And again, if you want to see this live with me, hop on over to YouTube, same channel name, Legalese123. Go under live and you will see we're live. Join me over there as well. Did they start? They stopped and they started. They're going to come back soon, hopefully, and then we'll hear whether or not we have a problem with the juror or not. Your girlfriend lived there and you were visiting at the time. No, Quincy. You were there in November when that happened? Or were you there after it happened and during the chaos? Because I went back there after the chaos. I went back there in February. He'd already been caught. He'd already been caught in January. But holy smokes, I was there for the aftermath. And so I'd lived there for 7 years. It was a lot. You guys keep Lindsay and Patrick Barnett. I don't know that case. We'll have to see. I'll mark it down, but you guys know that I'm really busy. You love Moscow. Your girlfriend's family lives there, and they were there at the time. Yes. Yes. Quincy, do they live in Moscow or do they live like north of Moscow or do they live in like the nearing towns like Troy and or do they live in Genesee? If you know, you know. What are we talking about? We're talking about Idaho and Coburger. It wasn't yesterday with Team Z. It was last Thursday. All right. All right. Lisa Renna, the actress, made a video. Yes, I saw that. I told my kids they were definitely smart enough to be lawyers after watching the prosecution. Oh, and the other live said the picture was just from the something I can't with them. Yep. You were there. Oh my gosh, that must have been super scary. Quincy, so there was so much going on in such a small town and so many rumors, innuendos, and whatever. It was bananas. Well, I covered the Lindsay and Patrick Barnett case. Easy, you're the second person that asked me. We'll see. I'll have to look into it. I don't know anything about it. Maybe like 4 miles away. Okay. It's new. Is there a problem with the juror? We don't know just yet. It's identical to this case almost. All right. There are so many questions for me surrounding the Koberger case. Yep, Olivia. There is. Different couple, similar, but no kids involved. We were terrified and didn't fly home until like a week after. Yeah, because there's a, M on the loose. Nobody knew. But Quincy, they knew who did it. They knew who did it almost instantly. I would say I would say within like 2 weeks, they knew it was him, but they couldn't tell anybody because they needed to gather all the evidence. They couldn't say anything. They were watching him. Jurors are being sworn in one by one today. It's going to be interesting. What time are they coming on today? Any second now. Oh, and the nightstand table. TikTok sleuths have cracked another mystery clue. I haven't seen that. Geez, well, I saw Team Z post yesterday. Yep, I saw that. Her family's house is quite a bit away from the house. But you were still spooked. Quincy, where do they live? Do they live in Genesee or Troy, or do you not know? Still just goes to show that he isn't missing. Are they going live today? Marone Madness. Yes, we're just waiting for them to come back. They were on, then they left, and they said they're bringing the jury in, but I don't know why we're waiting. And I had a 2-year-old with us too, and oh my goodness, she was totally spinning out. Oh my gosh, Quincy, that is amazing. It's so heartbreaking. So heartbreaking. Is the Guthrie trial that you just spoke about? Guthrie trial. No. Surf, Guthrie, I don't know about the Guthrie trial. We're talking about the Koberger trial. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Vegas Mom. Hello, Denise. Hello. What is Fraser Bohm? Okay, you guys, Fraser Bohm. All right, you guys, everybody on TikTok needs to hit that likey, hearty, heart button. We're only at 17K. Fraser Bohm. And so this is what we're going to talk about on Saturday. We're going to talk about the Fraser Bohm case. And I'm going to show you pictures and everything. I'm going to show you the TikTok that I made just to kind of get you like all caught up and everything. Fraser Bohm is a rich kid in California. He was driving his very expensive car down Pacific Coast Highway. If you know, you know. There's a thing called Dead Man's Curve. He was going around the curve and he hit some parked cars, lost control. He was not under the influence. He was not under the influence. That's very big. And when he did, he hit some parked cars, and there were 4 Pepperdine students on the curb or in and around that area. And all 4 of them were unalived. And so it's big in that, but it's much larger because Alan Jackson is representing him. Alan Jackson is a high-profile attorney who was Karen Reed's attorney in both of her criminal cases, and he's also involved in her civil cases. If you know, you know. So it's kind of like, will this rich kid get off? And or is just to watch Alan Jackson in action. So that's out of California. It is kind of a quiet one. So sometimes you got to watch the quiet trials to appreciate the high profile trials. So because you have found me, that's what we're going to do. We also have some other smattering of some things that we're going to do as well. And then we're also going to do some pre-trial things. That means that some of the trials that are coming up, we're going to talk about what it takes for a trial to even happen, right? And then if and when the trial happens, we know all of the tea before it happens. And then we get to sit here with our popcorn and be like, oh, we know these facts. We know these things earlier. Is it going to come into trial? So that's kind of the fun game of it. So I'm going to teach you all about how a case makes it to trial. So buckle up. If you're into that, you're going to love it. 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 All right. You've seen clips from the Tupac trial and the witnesses are so funny. I heard that one's really funny. I'm not covering the Tupac trial. It's not something I was into or knew about it. Oh, Element says you don't know if Brian is the only culprit. Does it usually take this long to bring the jury in? Stormy, there might be some shenanigans about. We have to wait to find out what we know and what we don't know. Every time I try to get into a case, you get so freaked out. Don't. Why would they do it one by one this time? Maybe because there's some shenanigans about and he needs to make 100% sure that he is speaking to each and every one of them individually. You guys, this is very serious. If you are a juror, it is very serious that you don't watch, hear, look. And I think because somebody said speculation. Somebody said that because there were a lot of people outside the front of the courthouse this morning. Did that impact you?
Please be seated.
Okay, here we go.
All right. Counsel, we ready for the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Bring it.
All right, everybody, here we go. All right, everybody, we didn't make it to 20,000. Let's hit those hearts, please, before the first witnesses go. Come on, everybody. I want to see those hearts. Please, please, please. You guys, we made it to 191K yesterday. We need to make it to 200K today. That's your goal for me, please. So, will Reddington finish his case in chief today? Will the defense be done today? That's question number 1. And then how will the rebuttals go? And then what does it look like moving forward? And if you have not hit that like button, please do. Please like, follow, share.
Hear ye, all persons having anything to do before the Honorable William Sullivan, Justice of the Superior Court, now sitting in Plymouth, within the Commonwealth. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, court is now in session. Please be seated.
Yes.
Before the court today, we have the continuation of the jury trial in the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Callan Clancy. The Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Hutchins.
All right. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Good morning, everyone. Nice to see you again. I know I just spoke to you probably about 10 minutes ago. But again, I want to ask you those questions, then we'll talk a little bit about what our schedule is today and for the rest of the week. All right, so first question, has any member of the jury read, seen, heard, or overheard anything from any source about any aspect of this case that would affect your ability to be fair and impartial as a juror? Next, is there any other serious matter or concern bearing on your service as a juror that anybody needs to bring to my attention at this time? All right, again, thank you for following those instructions. And then in regards to our schedule today, you're allowed to kind of roll your eyes because I'm going to say we're going to have kind of a short day today. All right.
Oh my goodness.
And that is, as I talked to you
Oh my
yesterday,
goodness.
About an issue that has nothing to do with any of the attorneys in this case. All right. It's just something we're going to work out, and I anticipate it will be worked out so that tomorrow you should count on a lengthier day. All right. I've talked to counsel earlier this morning in regards to where we are in regards to the schedule and the timeline. We are still, if not on schedule, still ahead of schedule. All right. And this delay that we may have a little bit this afternoon won't affect that. All right. So I just kind of wanted to let you know that I appreciate it. I know you came in here this morning. It's going to be a short day, but also gear up for a longer day tomorrow. Okay. And so with that, the other thing is I told you it's got nothing to do with any of the attorneys, but it's also or the parties. So you're not to speculate about what this might be. It's also you're not to hold it against either of the parties in regards to this. All right. If you're going to hold it against anybody, you can hold it against me. All right. So with that, we're going to return now to the evidence in this case. And Attorney Reddington.
Thank you. Sheila Kavanaugh, please.
All right. You asked who gets to be in the audience. Well, obviously family members. The people who get priority are family members, especially those, if Patrick Clancy's family is there, they get priority. Lindsay's family gets priority. And then media, there's so many slots for the media, and then the general public. What happened? The baddie caddy. To my best ability, what I think happened was this morning, there's lots of media. There were lots of people outside and supporting of Lindsay. Unfortunately, the jurors may have seen or heard something, and the judge, to me, in my opinion, I'm speculating, the judge needed to ask them if they were influenced in any way by what they saw, heard, or what have you. Because it's very important, you guys. Let me pause for just a second. It's very important. First of all, Lindsay has a she has a Sixth Amendment right. Sixth Amendment right to a fair trial. And that means if the jury is influenced in any way, shape, or form, for her or against her, that she has a fair trial. Because if somebody on the jury is doing shenanigans, if they're watching, seeing, or doing something they're not supposed to that might influence them, and they find out, one, there could be a mistrial. And that means that this has to start all over again. And nobody wants that. And number two, if it happens afterwards, Lindsay Clancy can sue because her rights were violated. So there's a lot to do. If you are a juror in a case, take it very seriously. It's hard. I know it's hard. But do as the judge instructs you, especially with our world of social media. You guys know there's so many rumors and stuff on TikTok. You don't know what to believe and what not to believe. And the jurors must only base their opinion on the facts that are presented in court, not the TikTok court of opinions. So I hope you guys got that. Let's go. It's very important. And I bet you these jurors are taking this very, very seriously. Most jurors do.
So that the testimony of the evidence you submit to the court and the jury will have an outcome between the Commonwealth and the State with the whole truth and nothing but the truth. Thank you. You may have a seat.
All right, well, good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor.
All right, I just ask you to
Oh,
speak into
this
that
is,
microphone and keep your voice up so the jury can hear you. Attorney Reddington.
Thank you.
This is the
Good
labor and
morning.
delivery
Can you
nurse
tell us
that's.
your name and spell your last name, please?
This is,
My name is Sheila Kavanaugh.
oh no, she's new.
Cavanaughh.
And what town do you live in?
I live in the town of Belmont, Massachusetts.
And
Oh my
what are you-
gosh.
what are you doing for work now?
Hang on. I
I
get a
am
picture of her.
board certified chaplain at Brigham and Women's Hospital in Boston.
And I didn't know that they were board
Oh.
certified chaplains. What does that mean?
Well, to become board certified, you need minimally a master's degree in theology or divinity. You need to complete 1,600 hours of training post your master's degree. 1,200 of those hours are occur in a clinical setting, and 400 of those hours are in a classroom setting where we study various disciplines: psychology, sociology, philosophy, theology, and ethics. Beyond that training, we need to acquire 2,000 hours of additional clinical training before we can even apply for board certification. And we have to demonstrate mastery of 30 competencies before we go to a national board and they make the assessment. I also need an ecclesiastical endorsement. And in my case, that was from the Archdiocese of Boston, from Cardinal Sean O'Malley.
And before you obtained the board certification in your education to allow you to be a chaplain, what did you do for work?
Prior to becoming a chaplain, which is a second career for me, I was a senior vice president at Fidelity Investments in Boston.
And how long were you senior VP at Fidelity?
16 years.
And are you married?
I am.
You have a family?
I do. My husband and I are the parents of 4 adopted children. When I was pursuing my master's degree at Boston College, it was a 3-year master's, but it took me 5 years because we adopted our 4th child while I was in graduate school. She was a 14-year-old girl from Bogota, Colombia.
And how long have you been working now as a chaplain at Brigham and Women's Hospital?
7 years.
In the course of your duties as a chaplain at Brigham and Women's Hospital, did circumstances bring you in contact with Lindsay Clancy?
Yes, they did.
Can you tell the jurors what happened?
I arrived on the morning of Wednesday, January 25th, 2023. I arrived at approximately 8:30 that morning because I was there to relieve the overnight chaplain who was carrying the pager. I was taking over the pager shift, which went from 9 to 1 p.m., although I was working a full day. When I arrived that morning, she said to me, "Did you hear the news?" And
Sustain.
So you can't.
Hearsay. You can't say what someone else said.
Someone told you, okay? That's
Oh,
called hearsay?
okay.
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 So I can say, as a result of the conversation with that person, what happened?
I was summoned to the director of spiritual care's office,
Did
and
you have a conversation with her?
I did.
All right. And as a result of that conversation, what did you do?
I went to Unit 8C in the Tower building of Brigham to meet with Lindsay Clancy.
And what time of day was this?
Roughly between 8:30 and 9:30 that morning.
And when you went in to see Lindsay, what did you observe?
Well, the unit itself was filled with law enforcement officers, both outside the doors of the unit. There was Brigham security, but the unit itself was flooded. There were people from Plymouth County, Boston City Police, Brigham Security. So I had to make my way through concentric circles of law enforcement to even get to the room. I was permitted to see Lindsay although she could not speak at that time.
And what was her condition that you observed?
She was dressed in medical armor. She had tubes. She was intubated. She had bandages. She had a neck brace. She was just covered and layered in equipment that enabled her to breathe.
I'm showing you Exhibit 121 and asking, this may be South Shore, or it could be Brigham and Women's, but is this indicative of what she appeared to be when you first saw her?
That looks like it's from South Shore because
South
when,
Shore?
yes,
Did she have the same,
similar,
very similar?
very similar.
Like that?
Yes, very similar.
Did you see her again on another date?
I did. I saw her the next day. Again, she could not speak. She was intubated as well. That was the first week that she was hospitalized.
When was the next time that you saw her?
The next time I saw her was the following week. I have a calendar here of my visits. I saw her on Tuesday, January 31st, and she had been extubated at that point so she could speak.
So the tube had been removed. She was able to communicate, and that was on January 31st?
I believe she was extubated the weekend of the 28th, but I didn't work that weekend, so I saw her on Tuesday, the 31st.
All right. Tell the jurors what you observed and what, if any, conversation you had with Lindsay on the 31st. And let me ask you, how long had it been that they removed the tube?
Perhaps a day or two.
A day or two. Okay. Tell the jurors what she said to you.
She continued to look like the photograph you just saw. She was covered, tubes everywhere, the neck brace. Her emotional state was very neutral, a flat affect. But I remember vividly the first thing she said to me. Now, she had heard me for a couple of days. We had been praying together. And so when I went in on Tuesday, the 31st, she said to me as I held her hand to comfort her, "I am so glad my children are safe."
Was there any other conversation that you had with her?
I replied theologically to Lindsay and I said, "Lindsay, your children are safe. They're safe in heaven with God." And I held her hand throughout that conversation and we prayed for them.
Did she make any other statements to you?
She did. She alluded to having heard a voice. And the voice, according to Lindsay, told her that if she did not follow the command, neither she nor her children would be safe.
And did she indicate whether it was a male voice, a female voice, loud, soft?
She alluded to the fact that it was a male voice and it was persistent.
Any further conversation that you recall about that, not about general things, you know?
That came up several times. I visited Lindsay minimally 14 times while she was hospitalized at the Brigham. And the voice conversation came up several times during several of our visits.
Now, after Lindsay was transferred or cleared to go from Brigham and Women's Hospital, did she go to another facility?
She did. She went to Spalding Rehabilitation Hospital.
And do you know when that was?
That was roughly late February, perhaps around the 23rd.
And did you continue to see Lindsay at Spalding Rehab?
I did.
Do you know when she left Spalding Rehab?
In the late March, early April time frame, perhaps.
Okay. Now, Brigham and Women's Hospital in Spalding Rehab are under the same umbrella of hospitals. Is that right?
They are. So Brigham and Women's Hospital and Spalding Rehab are under the Mass General Brigham complex. So for me to visit Lindsay in Spalding, I was still within the same hospital complex, and her psychiatrist at Spalding, as well as the chaplains, advised me to continue.
You can't say what anybody told you.
Oh,
So When she was discharged from Spalding Rehab, where did she go?
She went to Tewksbury State Hospital.
And fair to say that that would be back around February. It's been a little more than 3 years, or 3.5 years.
Yes.
Is that correct? Now, when you saw her in Spalding Rehab and in Brigham and Women's, you were acting in the course of your job. Is that right?
That's correct.
You're being compensated, you're getting your paycheck and that type of thing.
Yes.
How many times have you seen Lindsay at Tewksbury Hospital?
Perhaps 200 times.
Tell the jury why you continue to see her for 200.
Sustained.
So can you tell us how often on a weekly basis you would see her at Tewksbury?
Yes. When Lindsay was admitted to Tewksbury State Hospital, I continued to see her on a weekly basis. We had built up a very comfortable, respectful rapport, and I felt it was in her best interest to continue that as she healed. She was still in deep grief. She was suffering.
Sustained. Right.
So,
That opinion be stricken.
so did she express anything about her children and their loss over that period of 200 times that you saw her thereabouts in Tewksbury?
Objection.
No, overruled.
Yes.
Other jurors?
Lindsay talks frequently about her children. She loves them deeply. She carries immense grief.
Objection.
Overruled. Next question, though.
And has that continued to your observation?
It continues presently.
When was the last time that you saw Lindsay in Tewksbury?
Just prior to the trial starting.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, Kamal.
Thank you. Excuse me. Good morning.
Good morning.
You were talking about on January 25th, 2023, when you first saw Lindsay in direct examination, and you said that there were a lot of police officers in the area, correct?
Correct.
But you mentioned that some of them were security personnel from the hospital, correct?
Correct.
And you're aware that the security personnel for the hospital don't work for the state police, the Duxbury Police, or the Plymouth County DA's office, correct?
Correct.
So they're separate and apart from law enforcement, correct?
Yes.
And then are you also aware that on January 25th, 2023, there was a search warrant being executed to collect evidence from the defendant and from the belongings that she had at the hospital?
No, I was not aware of that.
Were you aware that that collection of the search warrant required state police and personnel from the crime lab to be present for the collection of evidence?
I was not aware of that.
Were you aware that following that, at any given time, there were only 2 officers, either Duxbury Police, State Police, or Plymouth County Sheriffs at her room, the defendant's room, at any given time?
I do recall that.
And they were stationed outside of her room, correct, in the hallway?
Yes.
So that the only time you saw this large amount of officers present was on the 25th, when there were security from the hospital and search warrants being executed, correct?
Perhaps.
Now, you mentioned that on January 31st, 2023, you spoke to the defendant and she told you that she heard a voice telling her that if she did not follow the command, neither she nor her children would be safe, correct?
Correct.
You wrote very detailed notes that are contained in the Brigham and Women's Hospital records regarding your interactions with Lindsay Clancy, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
And in all of these notes that detail every time you interacted with her, you never once wrote that she told you she heard a voice or what that voice said, correct?
Correct.
And you also said that this voice, talking about the voice, came up in several of your meetings, correct?
Correct.
And you never once wrote about any of it in any of your very detailed notes, correct?
Well, chaplain notes are not verbatim transcripts of patient conversations. I'm not there to evaluate the patient. I'm there to bear witness to their suffering.
Okay, but the question was, you did not document those statements in your notes, correct?
Correct.
But you did document some other statements in those notes, correct?
Perhaps.
For example, on
February 6th, 2023, in a note that you wrote regarding your interaction with the defendant, you said that, or you wrote, Lindsay welcomed the visit and shared her fears of, quote, not being able to walk again, end quote. She continued to express her fears of how her inability to walk may make her vulnerable to others in the future. Do you recall writing that?
Yes.
Do you recall writing on February 9th, 2023, that the defendant was sitting in a chair adjacent to her bed and appeared to be visibly engaged, energized, and hopeful than in previous visits? Do you recall that?
Yes.
You also wrote in that note, Lindsay spoke hopefully of being discharged when the time arrives to Spalding, correct?
Correct.
And then in February 13th, 2023, you wrote in your note that Lindsay also expressed hopefulness in relation to her physical progress. She feels she has gained considerable physical strength and agility despite an inability to move her legs. She admitted that she feels, quote, deserving of this, end quote, in light of recent events. Do you remember writing that?
Yes.
Do you remember on February 16th, 2023, that you wrote in a note that the defendant expressed hopefulness with the news of her anticipated discharge to Spalding and seemed uplifted that she would be cared for in a facility with an excellent reputation?
Yes.
Do you recall writing on February 16th, 2023, that Paula, the defendant's mother, and Lindsay, the defendant, were playing a card game as they communed quietly, and that Lindsay expressed hopefulness with the news of her anticipated discharge to Spalding and seemed uplifted?
Yes.
And again, you've got all these details about her feelings and her thoughts and what she's doing, but nothing about the voices that you spoke of so many times, correct?
Correct.
And speaking of Spalding, you continued to visit her at Spalding, correct?
Yes.
In those conversations with her at Spalding, did she tell you that how in those first weeks at Spalding, that part of her physical therapy, she was working out with a yellow exercise band? No?
I don't recall her telling me that.
Did she tell you that during that time at Spalding, she reached out to a social worker there and asked for help filling out SSDI paperwork to get an income?
That would be beyond the scope of our conversation.
She didn't tell you those things?
No.
Thank you.
So, counsel has asked you about her filling out a form for SSDI. Were you aware of what expenses her family and were incurring as a result of her physical incapacity, paralysis, and being in the hospital?
From my experience with thousands of patients, I had a very clear idea of the enormous expense.
There's a difference between, as the district attorney very appropriately referred to, that your comments were about her thoughts and her appearance and her feelings. Is that correct?
Correct.
There's a difference, however, between privileged communications with a chaplain and observations of a person's feelings and thoughts, correct?
Correct.
Tell the jury what effect privileged communication has when someone talks to you personally as a chaplain.
Because I'm not a medically trained clinician, I approach patients in a vortex of trust. Some of our chaplains at the Brigham are ordained clergy. And so there's this understanding that when a patient interacts with a chaplain, the conversations are confidential.
Do you put them in medical records?
No.
The words, like Lindsay indicated that she felt uplifted. I think the counsel read that twice. Were those your notes, or is that what she said to you? Did she say, I feel uplifted? Or is that your
was my
observation?
perception of Lindsay. It was not her words.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Como?
You said you're not allowed to put the defendant's words in your medical records. Is that correct?
No, that's not correct. It's not that I'm not allowed. It's an understanding, and it's a conversation that's held in confidence with the patient.
then why are there direct quotes in these medical records from the defendant?
Well, they're not verbatim transcripts.
No, not a transcript of the whole conversation, but you put phrases in quotes. For example, on February 6, 2023, where it says Lindsay welcomed the visit and shared her fears of, quote, not being able to walk again. So those were her words in your note, in quotes, in the medical record, correct?
Yes,
Thank
yes,
you.
I use my best judgment.
Okay. I would move to have these submitted as the next exhibit, the notes of the witness in her interactions with Ms. Clancy at the Brigham and Women's.
Any objection?
No.
All right, they may be admitted.
I have no further questions. Sorry.
Hey, Mr. Rankin, go ahead.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. May you step down.
Oh boy, you guys, that did not go well. That did not go well.
All right.
The
Counsel, can I
prosecution.
see it?
Oh my goodness. Now they're at sidebar again. All right, everybody, you know what that means. Sidebar means let's hit that like button. Let's get to 35K today. That did not go well for the defense, you guys. That was a big punch to the gut. Did you see that she was using a yellow exercise band? Whoa, you guys. So what was the purpose of her testimony? I think that the defense was like, oh, look, here's this sweet lady who's the clergy person, right? As you know, a clergy person is it can be different things for different religions, right? She's a person who comes in to talk to you, help you, guide you, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I did think that the prosecution made some really good holes in her theory that if you have this report, you wrote in this report your conversations with her, you documented these, you didn't document the voices, but here you're on the stand today talking about the voices. Now, is she lying? Is she lying? One would hope. Oh, the person who was just on the stand was a chaplain at Brigham and Women's Hospital. She comforted and consoled, confided, discussed things with Lindsay. Lindsay, if you guys know about the Catholic religion, it's just like almost every other religion, right? So this person is like a clergy person or a pastor or somebody in the church who you can go to confide to talk about what have you. What you say to them is not, by the way, she kind of alluded to that, oh, it's in confidence. What's the word that she used? Privileged. Well, honey, if your conversations are privileged, you wrote about it. You submitted something for the court. You wrote direct quotes from your conversation that you had with her, but then you didn't mention anything about the voices. So is she lying? One would hope that she's not lying, right? Because if you're a woman of God, right, you would not think that you would be on the stand in front and swear, right? Because you swear an oath that you're going to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So, but that's the prosecution's job, is to impeach her. So everybody, we're going to take a poll. Everybody on TikTok and everybody on YouTube, put a 1 in the chat if you believe what she had to say, if you believe that Lindsay told her she heard voices and whatever, and you believed her testimony, or put a 2 in the chat if you think that you did not believe the chaplain's testimony. Silent Dreams, you just missed the chaplain at the from Brigham and Women's Hospital. The defense brought her on to be like this sweet lady. She's fake. You don't believe her. 2.
And I appreciate your patience with us. So I'm going to excuse you till tomorrow at 9.
No!
Same instructions. And that includes reading anything, talking about this case, watching anything. Just don't do it. All right. And when you leave
Oh
here
my
today,
goodness.
just drive, go home, wherever you're
All
going
right,
to go.
everybody, hold on.
Tomorrow morning.
We're going to see
at
what's
9
going
o'clock.
on.
The plan would be that it will be it will be a longer day than today. I appreciate you coming in here today.
Reddington
moved the
does
case a
not
little
look
bit.
happy.
Today, and I appreciate that. So we were able to do that. So I hope everybody has a nice afternoon and evening. We'll see you tomorrow morning for a longer day. And just remember those instructions from the moment you leave till the moment you come here tomorrow. Okay? Again, thank you so much.
All rise, please, your intensity.
All right, there are 686 of you in here. Let's go and tap, 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 tap. Let's get to 50K if I can, please. I mean, geez Louise. Everybody just hold on, hold on. Let's see what they're going to do. Let's see what they're going to talk about. We just don't know just yet. We don't know until we know what's going on. We'll figure out what's going on. And of course, you know, everybody's going to have their speculations. Things in court happen. It is what it is.
Sure, so back to the normal discussion session, please be seated.
All right. So what we'll do is we'll take a short break at this point. We'll come back. We'll do kind of a preliminary charge conference. We're going to just
Okay.
council knows, but for everybody else, discuss possible jury instructions.
Okay.
Suggestions from council.
Hold on, everybody.
Then we can talk about any logistical issues that we have for tomorrow, and then we'll probably recess at that point. All right. So this will be a short recess.
Okay, everybody, hold on.
Thank you.
Hold on. This is actually really good. Hold on. Okay. All right. All right. Yay. All right, everybody. Hold on. Hold on. There are 851 of you here in my chat. Hello and welcome. My name is Misty K. I bring you law cases. We are in the thick of the Lindsay Clancy trial, day 17. If you don't know me, please like and follow. I don't only just bring you law cases. I don't just bring you Lindsay Clancy. We have so much more. There are so many other cases that I'm going to bring to you. I'm not a one-trick pony, so make sure to like, follow, and subscribe, because once the Lindsay Clancy case is over, you're going to suffer from withdrawals. But don't worry about it. I got you covered. I have a whole bunch of cases that we're going to cover. So please like, subscribe, etc. If you want to join me, this is your time to join me over on YouTube. Why? Because, and same channel name, Legalese123. I'm live over there as well. We're going to watch the court together if you want to watch us in session. What's going to happen next, you guys? Buckle up. This is very important. They're going over the charging conference and the jury instructions. I told you this is what is very, very important. This is what the judge, so the prosecution and the defense are going to come together and talk about what charges are going to be against Lindsay Clancy. Remember, Kevin Reddington asked for lesser charges. So will that happen? Remember, he wanted second degree. Then the jury instructions. What is the judge going to say to the jury? This is your preview before it comes out. This is going to give us at the at-home jurors a roadmap as to what the jurors are supposed to consider in this case. It's very important. And this is kind of boring. It's kind of boring. If you're a law nerd and you really like the law part of it, here's where the law comes into it. So it's going to be a little bit boring, but I'll walk you through it. It's going to be fabulous. It's going to be amazing. So if you want to hop over to YouTube, go to Legalese123, go under live. You'll see it says Lindsay Clancy, day 17, the date today. Hop on over there. There is a small chat over there as well. Some people do both. Some people are on YouTube and watch me, and some people are on TikTok at the same time. So we can go ahead and chat and talk about those. So that's very important. Side note, this Saturday, I will be live at 3 p.m. Central Standard Time. Watch your spaces for this, because I'm going to give you a preview of what is to come next. So once Lindsay Clancy is over with, what cases am I covering next and how things are going to go? So it's going to be a preview of those cases, giving you the people, the who, what, where, when, how, and why, so you guys can get a roadmap moving forward. What's going to happen? After they do this charging conference today, which is really important, then they're done for today. Then tomorrow they're going to bring in whatever witnesses that they're going to have. And it sounds like that it's going to be over. Both the defense and prosecution are going to rest, and perhaps closing arguments are going to happen on Monday. So I thought the charging conference was going to be tomorrow, but apparently they're doing it today. So Thank you, everybody who has joined me. If you have not liked, subscribed, followed me, please do, because we're going to hit it. All right, we're going to answer some questions for you right now. Let's see what we have over on YouTube. Court is not over for the day. One witness, what a waste of a day. Well, Laura, buckle up, because it's not going to be a waste. They're going to do the charging conference. We're not leaving. No, we're not leaving. Chanel, stay tuned. She may not thought it was relevant to put in her notes at the time. I think she was telling the truth. All right. So the defense is resting soon then? Yes, probably. So the jury's gone for the day. Jury gone. Jury no longer. So tomorrow it sounds like the defense is going to rest. The prosecution will give their rebuttal witnesses, and then it's over. It's over. Monday morning, both the defense and the prosecution will give their closing arguments. Then the judge will give the instructions to the jury, and then it looks like the jury will then have it on Monday. That's my opinion. That's what I think is going to happen. I agree, but I would have Rand to put that in my notes. Hindsight's 2020. This trial is crazy. Will her notes be privileged too? That's what I thought as well. But she must have wrote something for it, and Lindsay might have given the okay. Why charging conference before more witnesses? This is kangaroo court. If you don't know and you're new here, this means that this court does not follow the rules that other courts do. And guess what? It's Judge Sullivan's court. He can run it the way that he wants to. So here we are. Aren't clergy's notes privileged information? Good question, Denise. Apparently, they must have let them go. All right, if you are over here on TikTok, we're only at 45K, you guys. We have got to get up there. Let's hit tap, 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 tappity, tap, tap, tap. Okay, we are not promoting anybody else's TikToks, okay? Thank you so much for that. Listen, I don't go on anybody else's TikToks and promote myself, so please don't promote anybody else's TikToks. Thank you. What is my stance on the trial? Fabio, as soon as I need this charging conference. I need to know what she's charged with, what the end result is. I need to find out. I'm still a little confused as to what the prosecution is claiming. So I need to know what that is, and then I can make decisions. Why did they go home? Because sorry, you guys, I'm trying to read. Okay. They went home today because they're going to do a charging conference right now. It's hard, I know. What is a charging conference? That means what are the charges that they're going to put onto Lindsay? And remember, Reddington wanted it to be second degree versus currently what it is. Hang on. Sorry. No, Reddington's not giving up, you guys. He's not giving up. He's not giving up. He's doing what he's doing, right? You guys, also, I need you guys will the civil case be live? The civil case may or may not be live, but you guys, the civil case is civil cases are different than criminal cases. Civil cases take a very, very long time. Why? Because there's not a defendant waiting, sitting in the wings, they're in jail or out on bail. Civil cases take a long time because there's no clock. There's no clock. No, everybody who's coming in, court for jurors is done. Jurors went home. Jury went home today. No, he's not asking for a plea deal. He's not asking he might be asking the court to consider lower charges. We're going to have to wait to see what, if anything, that comes out. If there's a hung jury, would it end in a mistrial? Yes. We don't know, Bree, if they're changing the charges yet. We have to wait. We have to see what's going to be charged. That's what they're going to do next. They're doing the charging. What charges is she being charged with? And what are the instructions that they're going to tell the jury in order to consider this case? This entire trial has been an absolute joke. It's been very interesting. Yes, the charging conference is going to be live, so stay with me. If you want to watch the charging conference with me, please go over to my YouTube page, Legalese123. I'm live over there. I have a whole bunch of people over there. Hello, my YouTubies. Yay! If you are new to YouTube, please, down below, if you're on your TV, you got to use your remote. Go to the like button and hit the like button. And please subscribe and turn your notifications on YouTube so you just never know when I'm going to be live. All right, secondary because it wasn't premeditated. Could be. Yes, we the at-home jurors get to stay and watch this. The jurors cannot watch this. What's a charging conference? What is she being charged with? Is it first degree? Is it second degree? Yay, Jackie came over from TikTok. Yay. All right, so it is and isn't done for the day. The jury is done for the day. They had the one witness. I know it's sad. You guys wanted more. It's live. It's real life, people. This isn't, this isn't days of our lives. You just have to go with the flow. Will we see the conference? Yes, Bookslayer, we are live. We're going to bring you the conference. If you want to stay on TikTok, I can't show it. They won't let me, but you can join me over on YT. Will the jury be watching today separately? No. Naturally optimistic. They are not to watch anything. They're not to watch, see, or anything until this case is over. They're not supposed to watch. See what happened with her today. I thought he was coming up again. You're talking about Patrick. You guys, TikTok rumors. So this is a murder trial. It sure is, Jenny. We're going to find out exactly what the prosecution's charging her with. I think it looks bad. It always ended. I think it looks bad. It's always ended after defense witnesses. Well, they'll rest tomorrow. Why would they change the charges? Well, Reddington's ask. You don't know until you ask, right? I didn't even know you could change charges in the middle of the trial. Who knew, right? Who knew? Is he asking for a plea deal or is he asking for the court to consider lower charges? I think I answered that already. He's not asking for a plea deal. But you guys, you know what? A plea deal could happen at any point in time. We, the people, probably wouldn't know about it. They would probably talk behind closed doors. And then all of a sudden, we would find out. Looks like she's less medicated today. I don't know about that. That's pure speculation. To Eva, thank you so much. You learned so much. Guess what, you guys? We're going to learn a lot more together. You guys want to learn about the law? This is where we learn about the law. We're going to get deep into it. Your questions are this is going to blow your mind. So she is for sure getting charged then. Yes, she's getting charged. So you guys, she's already charged, right? She's already, I don't have her initial charges in front of me. So Lindsay Clancy was already charged, right? She was charged. She was indicted. She was arrested. She's technically still being held, even though she's at the Tewksbury jail. All right. I don't know what is going on. Hold on. Hold on, everybody. Hold on. Okay. Currently, right now, Lindsay Clancy is being charged with 3 counts of M for each one of the children, 3 counts of, I'm trying to use TikTok friendly language, escalation, if you know, you know, Yeah, Amanda, make sure I'm doing this right. So I think that's what she's doing. Please do not spam the chat. You will be yeeted. Yep, she's innocent until proven guilty. Amanda, I don't know why you said A and B. I'm trying to read the chat. There a lot's going on. You guys are talking. I love it. I appreciate it. You think Lindsay might have lost this? Yeah, the defense is not doing so good. Isn't this trial about whether she is sane or not sane while committing the crime? Yes, Fabio, but we'll get into that. Amanda, watch my live for 500 minutes. Yep. You're just joining. What did you miss? Nothing. This morning, there was a clergy person who came in and said that Lindsay heard voices, and then the assault and battery, and the defense obliterated her. We don't know if the defense has any more witnesses. They have not rested just yet. Until the defense rests, we don't know. If anyone in the chat sees this, someone courts do the charging conference early before they rest. Just sees this. Okay, I don't know what you're saying, Brandon. You think Reddington is a little nervous and not 100% confident. But he did a great job. Yep. Yes, she was already charged. We're going to see exactly what the charges are going to be. Remember, Reddington asked for some lesser charges. Is he going to get his way? Is a trial today. They had one witness. Jury is out. What time? They're supposed to come back any minute now. Reddington's defense is weak, and you had higher expectations. Well, everyone acted like Reddington was going to have a huge gotcha moment. I thought so too, Liz. I thought so too. I thought we were like, okay, what has he got? And just remember that if the defense doesn't have anything, this is what it is. The prosecutor obliterated her. Yep, she sure did. Hang on. I got to move my chat. All right. Okay. Got to move some stuff around. You guys, my moderators are hard working. Thank you so much, moderators. Appreciate you. Her DNA was not just found. You read that there was a video. Not sure. Don't know what you're talking about. Going to see what conspiracy theories are saying. Will there be a rebuttal from the prosecutors? I think that there is. But we'll know that tomorrow. It's not over till it's over. Yes, you are absolutely right. Do you think Patrick is missing or got his own lawyer? Thank you for the heart. Thank you. I don't know. Not speculating about Patrick. He is suitable in his gotcha. Subtle in his gotcha. Will the jury believe expert witnesses or the chaplain are lying for Lindsay? Seems not plausible. Please, please, please tap and follow. Thank you, Cindy. I appreciate you. Cindy's working for me. Thank you, girl. Yes, please tap your screen, you guys. We're at 56K. Let's go, you guys. Yesterday, we were at 191. I need to get to 200,000 likes today. Why? Because I know you can do it. And also, if you guys would like to contribute to my notebook and pen fund, my gifts are open today. I am almost done with this notebook. I'm going to need to get some more. All right. Oh. Oh, okay. I get that. All right. Please do not come on here and self-promote yourself. If you do, you'll be yeeted. I don't go onto your channel and promote myself on your channel, so please don't. Prosecutor obliterated who? The clergy member? Yes, he did. Yes, she did. Was Lindsay on the stand? No. I disagree both sides did terrible. Okay. There should also be no burden shifting. What has the state proved versus trying to disprove? Do y'all think there are some others on the jury? Absolutely. There's 12 women, 6 men. I can't unsee my profile picture, the bow. None you. Yes. So I was wearing the bow well before this started. I've been doing this for a very long time. The bow for me is like a character. So it's you have to bring some sort of personality, right, to TikTok and YouTube. Otherwise, you're just like everybody else. So I wear the bow as first. I really like it. I don't wear it out in public, you guys. I don't wear it out in public. I wear it here for the show. I wear it to put my hair up, and it's sort of like recognizable. So, like if you go and see me on something else, you're like, "Hey, that's that lady with the bow." So it's just sort of my character. I hope you can understand that. I don't know if Patrick was supposed to testify today. Thank you for following me, Darcy. And if you haven't followed, liked, and shared, please, 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 please do. And let's get those hearts going, you guys. I want to get to 200,000 likes today. I think Reddington knows what he is doing. He, at least to me, comes across more likable. We'll see. And Caitlin, that is also something as well that other people have to assume. Because if you liked the prosecutor or you liked the defense attorney, either way, it's fine. All right, my YouTubers, hello everybody over here. Let's see if I can go through some of your questions. How many witnesses did Reddington actually bring? That was witness number 7, Mariah, because I write notes and you guys are contributing to my notes and to my pen fund so I can answer your questions. So if you have not gone over there and contributed, please contribute to my gifts. It's better over here. Did we figure out what happened yesterday and why the jury ended? Yes. Perhaps it was this witness. I heard it was a woman that they were going to bring onto the stand yesterday. I don't know if it's this one, purely speculating. And there was something like they had problem with childcare or something like that. So it could be this person. It could not be this person. I don't know for sure, but that was what was reported out from a reporter that was in the courtroom. Is it possible the clergywoman was lying and had listened to the court and heard rumors about the voices and felt compelled to say so to help Lindsay out of empathy? Yes. Yes and no. The same thing with Dr. Zeisel yesterday, right? Because remember, those so far from the defense, those are the only 2 people that had heard her say that. I don't know if she listened to the court. The witnesses were supposed to be sequestered and not watch the trial and listen to the trial. So I don't know. But your thoughts and opinions, if you feel that she wasn't credible, that is exactly what the jury gets to decide. They're the finders of the facts. How was this unexpected to them, to the judge? Melissa, I'm not sure what you mean by that question. You want to add all of the clergy women's notes were about her present thoughts and feelings. Yes. Unforeseen. Melissa, I'm still not following you. Okay, let's see if I can go. What can we speculate from the fact that the normal thing, such as a charging conference, is unforeseen? A charging conference isn't unforeseen. Charging conferences usually happen once the defense and the prosecution rests. Then they go back to each other, argue in front of the judge what the language is going to be, and then what the language is going to go to the jury. So it's not unforeseen. These are legal wranglings that they do all the time. So I hope I answered you. 2 counts and the 3 counts of bodily harm or something of 3 pain infliction. So we'll see. So Melissa, just hold that, okay? Let's just wait and see what they're going to say. Do I think that the DA will go for a lesser charge? Probably not. Dr. Zeisel testified that he heard it first from the speakerphone calling to Patrick. Right. Honestly, Reddington doesn't deserve all the weird parasocial love. He's a defense attorney. He defends reprehensible people and doesn't fight for women. He does his job. It includes, yep. All right. You believe her. You would think she would document that, though. Thank you, Laura. All right, let's go back over here. We are live, everybody. We are live The court witnesses are done for the day. The jury has been excused. If you're just joining us, what are we waiting for? The court is going to come back. They're going to do a charging conference, right? So whatever charges the defense or whatever the charges that the prosecution has said that they're charging her with, we're going to see if that's going to stick. Reddington asked for a lesser charge. We're going to see what the argument is there. So number one, we're going to find out exactly what they're charging her with. So no more speculation. Two, we're going to find out what the jury instructions are going to be. What's that language? There is laws, people. There are laws that have to be followed. So we're going to know what the letter of the law is. And so we'll know exactly what the judge is going to say to the jury before the jury gets to deliberate and what they need to consider in this case. The language matters. Why? There are laws in place. Lindsay Clancy has the right to a fair trial. She has all of the rights right now. I know it's weird. She has the rights right now. In order to protect her rights, the Commonwealth has to go by the letter of the law. The defense needs to say, okay, this is what you're charging her with. This is what's going on. And therefore, the judge then needs to have precise language that he is going to say to the jury for them to consider things. It's going to be a lot of what's called legalese. It's going to be a lot of law words. I will explain it to you once I have those precise words. I need those precise words because context matters. Then I'll explain it. Right now, everything is pure speculation, and I cannot answer the speculative questions because I don't know. So until we know for sure, we'll get out. All right, there are 526 of you here in my chat. Hello, my name is Missy K. I bring you law cases. We are in the thick of the Lindsay Clancy trial, day 17. As I stated, jurors have gone home. We only had one witness on the stand this morning. We're waiting for them to come back so we can hear what they're going to charge Lindsay with and what they're going to tell the jury. Let's go. Yeah, it's the legalese portion. Exactly. It's the legalese portion. This is what I live for, you guys. This is what I live for. And this is why you follow me, because you want to know what the heck is the judge saying? What the heck? The defense has not rested yet. No, ma'am. No, they have not. Until they say it in open court in front of the jury, they have not rested. All right? I know, you guys, I know this is a lot. And you're like, what the heck? You're new to my streams. What's my background? My background is I love the law and I'm bringing it to you because that is my passion. I hope I answered your question. All right, everybody who is in the chat, make sure to be respectful to each other, kind, respectful. We have differing opinions. It's okay. Just as long as you're doing fine, don't spam the chat and definitely do not self-promote. Thank you. You missed today. Dang, work meetings. Morgan, you didn't miss anything. Morgan, I'm talking specifically to you. Morgan, there was one witness on the stand. It was the chaplain from Brigham Women's Hospital. Chaplain's like a clergy person, like a pastor. She consoled and confided and had communications with Lindsay. Lindsay told her that she was hearing voices, but the prosecution got up and said, well, that's not in any of your notes. You have some direct quotes from Lindsay in your notes, and it's not there. And then the prosecution, I kid you not, got up and said that, did you see that Lindsay was working out with a yellow exercise band? That was a big DAMN moment. That was big. That was huge. I'm trying to see if I can read my notes. That was huge. The exercise band was that was like a bomb on top of a cake. So Morgan, I hope I answered your question. Doesn't the charging conference usually happen after the defense rests? Yes, Nolan, but we're in kangaroo court and the banana court where things don't always go as planned, right? Judge Sullivan, it's his court. He runs it the way he wants to. So yeah, you guys are absolutely right. Why was today so short? Don't know. Did they say why they dismissed early yesterday? Yes, Nana, they dismissed early because they had a problem with the witness. You just woke up. What's going on? I hope I got it for you. Yeah, you guys you guys know I have a kangaroo emoji, right? So put your kangaroos in the chat. I just did. I also have bananas too. Like what point did they tell her they were gone because she didn't know when she spoke? Hang on. I'm trying to read your thing. This thing down. Sumner says, like what point did they tell we're going because she didn't know when she spoke to the clergy. Sumner, I don't know what your question is. What's the point with the band? Well, you know that Lindsay unalived her children with exercise bands, right? Thank you, moderators. You're doing amazing today. I don't understand why they're doing this before closing arguments. Farah, neither do I. Welcome to Kangaroo Court. The band color corresponds to the resistance. It does, but it's also that the method that she unalived her children. I don't care them being rude, but bringing in religion is wrong. And you're an atheist. Monique, yeah, so let's talk a little bit about that. All right. The prosecution is the one that's continuing. Well, first of all, Reddington put her on the stand, right? So he opened up the doors for a religious conversation, right? So you have to be careful with what you wish for. He's bringing her on to be a sympathetic witness to Lindsay, and or if you believe the fact that Lindsay told her she heard voices, right? That was her whole point of this testimony. Look, I'm a really honest person and you have to believe me because I am a chaplain, right? It could be that they're playing up to the jury. Maybe they do or do not know whether some of the people on the jury are religious and or Catholic. I mentioned that in the chat. Are they playing up to them? We don't know. We do not know what the jury is made up as far as religious beliefs. If there are people who are religious, remember the prosecution made the first blow when Susan Clancy was on the stand, and Susan Clancy, she asked her of whether or not it was a mortal sin to commit M. You're Catholic, right? So, it was a low blow. It was a low blow. Them bringing up religion is a hot topic because it might turn you off. So, Monique, it might turn you completely off, and you'd be like, "Oh my goodness, you just blew it, right? You just blew it." You believe Patrick's lawyer is trying to get him to not be on the stand again. Well, Maria, we don't have any evidence of that. Well, these comments from the Bowe sisters in this stand for Lindsay Clancy, could there be a mistrial? Well, Kevin Reddington did not ask for a mistrial. He says, why would he do that? So until one comes up, until either side comes up and says something, the trial's going to the jury. Other lives don't realize it's almost over. Okay. What would a chaplain clergy have to do with her rehab? Chili Guy, I don't think it had anything to do with her rehab per se. I think it was the fact that this witness heard her say the voices, and I think that was the main reason for her to being on the stand. Reddington's been rude to every one of the prosecution witnesses, but when the prosecution does, it's injustice. Absolutely. What's good for the goose is good for the gander. Thank you so much for the gift, Wonderlust. Thank you so much, everybody who has given gifts. Who's given gifts? Morgan, Wanderlust, thank you. Darlene, Cindy, Kelly, thank you, everybody who's given gifts. Thank you, thank you, thank you. What happens if this goes to a mistrial? Then it's over, and then we have to do it all over again. She was also there to say Lindsay talks about her kids. Absolutely. Because that is also a point of contention. You expected more from Reddington. They're so rude to each other's witnesses. Prosecution was even rude to their own witnesses. Sorry you missed it when Reddington weaponized religion against a witness. Why did the jury get dismissed today? You missed it. Jenny, they put on one witness this morning. They dismissed the jury. The lawyers and the judge are coming back here in just a few minutes. They're going to have a charging conference and what they're going to instruct the jury. So don't go anywhere. It's not over. But the jury is gone for the day. That would be a waste of money as well. It's a waste of money right now, don't you think? Trust me, y'all, the rudeness is normal. You should see what goes down in court. Yes, wait, you guys wait. Since you guys follow me, you know I am not a one-trick pony. I'm going to bring you other cases. And what do I mean by that? So there's a lot of legal wrangling that goes on well before a case gets to trial. And you guys are going to watch it in real time with me when we start hitting up the other trials that I've been talking about. The pretrial conference hearings are fire. They are fire. The motions that they write are fire as well. It's like a legal drama book. And they fire at each other left, right, and center in these motions, and they are great. It's great legal writing. You guys buckle up. I'm going to show you a whole new side of the law that you have not seen. It's not just about what happens in court. All the tea is what happens outside the presence of a jury. All because she didn't write word for word notes. Well, if you leave something out, is that intentional? Just asking. She got her dig in. She sure did. I guess if the jury were Catholic, it would sway them more. It would sway them more so that they would avoid it. Could be. All right. Hello, everybody on YouTube. I know. Just sit tight. The court is coming back. The judge said yesterday, unforeseen circumstances. It was reported out, Melissa, from a person who was in the courtroom that a witness, and I think it was this lady, I don't know for sure, I'm speculating, that she had problems with she thought she was going to be on the stand earlier, and she had a problem with childcare, so she wasn't going to be there, and then the defense had nobody else to question. I believe her. You would think that she would document that, though. Yep. Let's see. Oh, you put bananas in the court. Thank you. I don't know if there's any kangaroos, Aaron. We need to find some kangaroos. Yeah, definitely shows she's unbothered by using them. Onion says, I thought you were taking legal questions regarding the case. I just wanted to know if Pat or any witness pleaded the fifth to further incriminate. Then I got blocked. Sorry, Onion. I'm sorry that you got blocked. You must have said or done something else. Patrick is not a suspect. Patrick is not under any legal criminal charges. So I don't know why he would take the fifth to further incriminate himself. So I have nothing before me that says anything to the contrary. So, yes, Patrick already testified. Can they plead or can they just say, I don't recall? If Patrick feels that whatever the question, if the prosecution or the defense asks him a question and he feels that he needs to plead the fifth, he could plead the fifth. He could say he doesn't recall. Regardless, he's being scrutinized by the public, so I don't know if he could or anyone could. I hope I answered your question. He's being publicly persecuted by people who are being led by emotional and ignorance. Sadly, there are a lot of ignorant people out there. So, if you're just joining me, hello, my name is Misty K. I bring you law cases. Oh, there's the kangaroos. Thank you, Aaron. Aaron, thank you. I appreciate that. So, you guys, we have to put our blinders on to what's going on outside of this courtroom. Any evidence that people are presenting or speculating or talking about outside of the courtroom is not what the jury is going to be considering. We are here for the facts, what has been presented in this court, and what your thoughts and opinions are of what's been in court. We have to to put our blinders on and squelch the rumors and all of the things that we heard, because the jury doesn't get to hear that. The jury is not supposed to be watching TikTok, YouTube, Facebook, any of the reels. That's their job. They're not supposed to have any outside undue influence. Only what was presented in the four walls of the courtroom are they to consider. And as soon as they come back, we'll hear what the instructions that the judge is going to give them. And then that is what they're to consider, not anything else. So that's what we're going on. We're not going on the TikTok crime rumors. All right, hello, there are 688 of you in here. If you're new, my name is Missy K. I bring you law cases. We are in the thick of the Lindsay Clancy case. This morning, unfortunately, there was only one witness. It was the chaplain from Brigham and Women's Hospital. She sat down with Lindsay, had some conversations with her. Lindsay admitted to her that she had heard the male voice. They also talked about her children. Then the prosecution got up and said, well, you had written some notes, but you never mentioned anything about the voices. And then also, did you know that Lindsay was exercising with an exercise band? Bomb. So the jury has been excused for the day. Why? Because pure speculation, they don't have anybody else right now. But the judge and the prosecutors and the defense are going to come back. They're going to tell us what they're charging Lindsay with, and then what they're going to say to the jury once this case ends and the prosecution and defense have given their closing arguments. The judge is going to give the instructions, which you're going to get a preview today, and then the case will go to the jury. Will that happen on Monday? I think so. Again, purely speculating. I'm not 100% sure. If it's reported out, I will let you know what's reported out from those in the courtroom. Let me just see if there's anything about that. So hold on just a minute. So yeah, exactly what I'm saying is exactly what a trusted reporter is saying outside of the courtroom. So we're just waiting for them to come back. So hold on tight, everybody. If you want to watch this live with me, you're going to get a crash course in law, which is called when you go to law school, you're called an L1. So you're going to get a crash course in L1. You can join me over on YouTube. I'm live over there. My channel is Legalese123. If you're on YouTube, you go under the live section and you'll see me. Hello. And you get to see the court, because I can stream the court live to you on YouTube. I cannot on TikTok. If you're over on YouTube, please like, follow, turn your notifications on. If you're over here on TikTok, hello. Please like and follow as well and share this out. Nope, the defense did not rest yet. The court is going to be back. We're going to go over the legal wranglings, the legal terms. What is this case about? Wholeheartedly. In the channel name is the same, Legalese123. You sent confetti. Thank you. Is that what today's no hearts, just confetti? Did I see the Bratz video? No, I don't know anything about the Bratz video. Is the jury allowed to talk to each other during these dismissals or in the back room? Book, Slayer, Boss. Great question. Yes and no. They are allowed to talk about the weather. They're allowed to talk about their hobbies. They're allowed to talk about anything but the case. They are not allowed to talk about this case until they get the case. So once the defense has rested, once closing arguments, once the judge gives them their instructions, then they go back to the room and they can talk about the case. So not until that time. Thank you for following me. Did the defense rest? No, they'll rest tomorrow. Okay, what did you miss? Why did they stop early today? They had one witness on the stand this morning. She was the chaplain at Brigham and Women's Hospital. She was on the stand to say that Lindsay told her that she heard voices, but she didn't write it in her notes. Is that a problem? They talked about Lindsay's children. It was very short. If you guys so any of you want to go over to my YouTube channel, Legalese123, it's live, but you can go on there and you can go backwards. You can go backwards and you can go forwards to catch up to the lie. Go back and watch her testimony and tell me what you think. The jury is gone for the day. The judge, the prosecution, and the defense attorney are going to come back and we're going to get into the legal wranglings of everything. Do I think after all the evidence that Lindsay's family may be doubting her? No. The ABC Live just ended. Does that mean anything? No. Why was Cindy blocked? She was supporting and gifting. I don't know why. I would have to ask my mods. She must have said something or something. I'm not sure. If she's on S-Watch, why give her a band? She knows how to clearly use it. Megan, shame on you, ma'am. She's being watched carefully. I feel like they're doing this off camera. Otherwise, what are they doing? No, my feed is still live, you guys. My feed is still live. So was there video proof of her at the hospital working out with the yellow band? Evidence or just mention? You guys, if Reddington thought that was a problem, he would have objected. I kind of get the exercise band, but also the physical therapist could have just given it to her. Yep. I'm not seeing what you're seeing. Libby, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm going backwards to go forward. So yes, please like, share, and follow what happened today. All right, let's go over here on to YouTube. Everybody over here. Hi. Do I know what makes sense, the decision to either sequester or not? So Aaron, if a jury is sequestered, it costs a lot of money. Can you just imagine this trial's been going on for several weeks now. They have to house them in a hotel room. They have to feed them. They have to transport them. They have to have security. Oh, I see the camera moving. So that's a lot. That's a lot of money for the taxpayers. Plus also, do you want to be sequestered for that long? You think yeah, okay, well, you answered my question. This break needs to hurry. The camera moved. Usually that's a sign that they're coming back. Are they given a window of time they have to make a decision by, or just until it's unanimous? Cassidy, they can go on until the cows come home. The jury can deliberate for as long as they deliberate. It'll either be they got a unanimous decision or that they're hung. Can you imagine not being able to talk about this? What a struggle it is. I cannot imagine doing that. They should have gotten rid of all the bands prior to her arriving. You guys are funny. You guys are funny. You guys are so funny. Where are you watching? Minded, Mama Bear, go join me on my YouTube channel, Legalese123. Go under live and go come find me. I'm live over there. There are 70 of you guys over there. Hello. Hello. Watch this. No, I'm really big. I hope I'm coming through your TV screen. If you're live with me on YouTube, please do the likey, the subscribey things. It's down below. If you have your remote, you just go to click on the like button. And or if you're watching it on your phone, make sure to subscribe. All the fun stuff. Exactly. I agree that it would be expensive. I just think this case maybe should have perhaps no, I would watch a TikTok so you could go home to your kids. Hi. So here it is, everybody. Look. See? There it is. We are live. You came over from TikTok. Hello, everybody. You guys, this is going to happen. The judge said it's going to happen. So, Boba Fett, do we support Lindsay? We support all sides of the coin at this moment until all of the evidence is in the courtroom. Is court already over today? Yes and no. All right, if you're joining me on TikTok, there are 480 of you in here. If everybody goes over and taps, let's go. Let's have a tapping party. Who can tap the fastest? Let's go. I want to get the numbers up. So Tapping and liking the stream is free. But if you're so inclined and you wish to give me a gift for my notebook and my pen fund, it is open and available. Oh, I love the balloons. Thank you so much. Oh, thank you so much. That's so wonderful. I don't know who did it just yet. I got to move my screen. We're playing the tapping game. Heart, 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 heart. The camera's moving, everybody. The camera's moving. Here we go.
This court is back in session. You may be seated.
For the purpose of the record, we return back to the file Commonwealth versus Lindsay.
All right, La Lovies. I turned it down. I'll turn it up. I know you can't hear it.
All right.
Here we go.
All right, Council, what I kind of wanted to do is at least have a preliminary discussion regarding instructions. And what I would generally do is after we have the discussion is then kind of distribute a draft to council so everybody we could have a more focused charge conference next day or so. But I just kind of wanted to get everybody's thoughts or kind of suggestions that they would be seeking the court to instruct the jury on. So kind of what I'll be using will be the model jury instructions, generally the model jury instructions from the March 2026, the latest suggestions from the SJC. And so Commonwealth, let me kind of hear what your thoughts are, and then I'll hear from the defendant.
So for individual instructions, we have listed opinion testimony, prior inconsistent and prior consistent statements, redactions. I don't think there are too many, but there were some on the death certificates, stipulations, and consciousness of guilt instruction. In terms of what we're looking for for the charges, we'd be looking for an instruction on first and second, with the theories of first being both deliberate premeditation and extreme atrocity and cruelty. In terms of the criminal responsibility instruction, we're asking that the instruction regarding intoxication not be given, because from our perspective, there's been no evidence of intoxication by drugs and or alcohol during the killings. There's testimony, and I think there'll be more testimony about the defendant taking pills after killing the children, and before killing the children, she was on low-dose prescription 10 milligrams of amitriptyline that was recently increased to 20 milligrams, but there's no real evidence of whether or not she actually increased that dose. And then it was a low dose of trazodone and a low dose of, I believe, Valium. So those were prescribed medications that she had reported no side effects from. And I believe in the text with her mother, she said that she was still waiting to actually feel effects from those. So there's no evidence of intoxication from those drugs. And then the only intoxication potentially could be when she took pills after killing the children. And even those amounts from the toxicology are low level amounts. So we're asking that the instruction on intoxication not be given.
Let me ask you this. I'm going to ask the defendant as well, because I did read through those. And
We'll go over all of this. Don't
I was
worry.
trying to find the definition of intoxication as it applies in the homicide instructions. Most of the cases that I was able to find so far is the dealing with the OUI statute, Chapter 90, and trying to find the real definition in regards to that. Is it the Commonwealth's position that the intoxication is beyond what was the considered effect of the drugs? Because if you know what I'm saying, so if she takes it, if a defendant, I don't mean to personalize it, if a defendant takes prescription drugs and it does create some effect, would that be considered intoxicated for the instruction?
I don't believe so. I think in the instructions, it talks about having being intoxicated to the point where it affects your state of mind or ability to control yourself. I think intoxication, especially where there's not a specific definition given in the homicide instructions, I think you go to the general definition of intoxication, which would not just be taking medication as prescribed, but it would be over taking medication or combining with alcohol or other drugs. It's similar to the instructions in OUIs, operating under the influence of alcohol or drugs. I think you would have to go to that definition or to the general definition of intoxication if it's not specifically defined in the instructions. And I think the general definition of intoxication is taking some type of substance, either alcohol, drugs, medication, in excess, and to the point where it's affecting your ability to think and to act and to control your behavior.
All right. All right. Anything? So I've got opinion, prior, consistent, prior, inconsistent, redaction, stipulations, consciousness of guilt, first, second, extreme atrocity, deliberate premeditation, and the criminal responsibilities without the sub-paragraph or the paragraph regarding intoxication.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Mr. Reddington?
I don't know if the government has been listening to the same evidence in this case. This is clearly an involuntary intoxication defense, at least as far as the judge's charge to the jury, based upon the evidence that's been presented, whether or not it's what we would argue is the over prescription of the medications, whether or not it's the side effects of the medications, whether or not it's the titration or the termination or the immediate cessation of the medications against what normal medical advice would be. All of those factors contribute to the state of mind of Ms. Clancy that was expressed to a lot of people, family members, people that knew her. She had indicated, I think Your Honor knows the evidence repeatedly indicated that she was affected by the benzos. She was felt that she was being addicted to the benzos, trying to get off the benzos. She indicated that the sertraline was obviously killing her as far as going from 25 to 50 milligrams. And then subsequent to that, when there's additional SSRIs prescribed, to suggest that there's no basis to give the jury the instruction, they may determine based on the evidence that is as a result of the involuntary intoxication from narcotics, not alcohol, obviously, from the prescribed narcotics, not illegal drugs. So from the prescription drugs, that's on all fours with a valid defense that they should be instructed as it relates to involuntary intoxication. I think it's the model jury instructions on criminal responsibility. Obviously, if there's any nuances that I would pick up, I would bring that to the court's attention. But I have tried murder case recently with the model jury instructions, and my memory is that I was pretty satisfied. It was Judge O'Shea, I think, actually in this courtroom a year ago, and I was satisfied with the instructions on lack of criminal responsibility. I would at some point ask the court to charge on involuntary manslaughter. I'd ask the court to charge on wanton conduct with a component of the impact of the intoxication. So you can't try this case in a vacuum. You can't present the case to the jury. I know the government would like to present the case only on cruelty and atrocity. They probably don't like the statute that allows a jury to determine the degree of murder, which would be first and second. But I think that the evidence is such that a jury should have the option of considering whether or not we're talking about involuntary manslaughter based upon the evidence that's permitted. So I would defer to the court on the instructions on cruelty and atrocity, premeditated malice aforethought, second degree malice. I would ask the court to consider instructing on involuntary intoxication, to consider on the involuntary manslaughter as a lesser offense, and anything else that I can think of. But right now, that's what I can think of.
All right. Yeah, counsel.
Thank you. The Commonwealth did request first and second degree instructions. It's our position that involuntary manslaughter wouldn't apply here. The evidence is that there was a specific intent to cause the death. So there's nothing that I can think of in the involuntary instruction that would apply here. Going back to the intoxication just for a moment.
Sure.
All of the medications, most of the medications that defense counsel talked about that the defendant was having reactions to and side effects from were before her hospitalization at McLean Hospital. And she was weaned off of that last one, the Seroquel, that while she was in McLean Hospital. And then she was without those medications and they're out of her system for 3 weeks. And she's just on those other 3 medications. So the intoxication that matters is not what happened in the fall and before McLean, it's what happened on the day of the incident. It's similar if it's an OUI, it doesn't matter if you were drunk in November, it matters if you're drunk on the date of the incident. So what matters here is that January 24th, 2023, and those other drugs and the effects that they caused to her aren't relevant to what happened on that day, as they've been out of her system for at least 3 weeks at that point.
All right. So the Commonwealth's position would be that the relevant analysis is what she was taking on or around that January 24th?
Yes.
Okay. All right. All right. Any other?
Yes.
Yeah, good. Sure.
It occurred to me, again, as I said, it's only fresh in my mind from case I had here last year. I know the model jury instructions indicate, and I'm trying to find it in here, that there's supposed to be consideration of a chalk for the court to write out the elements of the offense of first-degree murder, cruelty and atrocity, premeditated malice aforethought, etc. And I would ask that you not do that. I don't think that it's appropriate. I think it highlights, if you will, in simplistic terms, premeditated malice aforethought. I think you and I, we just had a murder case last year on another matter. And I mean, I heard your instructions. You're very forceful with the elements of the offense. And I just don't think we need to have this appendix or whatever you want to call it. And again, I did object to that with the Judge O'Shea. We did not submit the instruction list, cookbook, or whatever you want to call it, to the jury. So I think that the court's instructions would be sufficient. I would not want to have that chalk that is referenced in the model instructions. That's discretionary. It's not obligated. They just say that it might be helpful for the court to give the jury some type of a checklist. But I don't think we should reduce instructions on a murder case to a checklist. And I'm just afraid that what happens is that jurors then take the checklist, as it were, and they kind of look at it or consider it, and they just do exactly that. It's a checklist. So I would ask that you not do that.
All right. Just so Counsel, my general practice is not to have that kind of list.
Yeah, I remember.
I generally don't, but I also generally will provide a copy of the instructions to each juror. So they'll have their own full copy and they can follow along, because the three of you know they're lengthy and kind of dry. So they'll have those with them. But I'll like I said, I generally don't do that chart. All right. So anything else in regards to the instructions?
No, Your Honor.
All right. So my plan would be to have at least a rough draft available for counsel tomorrow. So you at least have that. And, depending on the timing and where we go in regards to the actual closings, we'll have the opportunity for you to review those, go over the draft, and then any kind of objections or suggestions you want to make, we'll have a chance to do that. But so you'll have, again, it's a rough draft. That's all I can tell you. And nothing's in stone, but at least give you an idea kind of where I'm coming from.
Do you think, logistically, Your Honor, that with the presentation of Dr. Resnick and then the government having their 3 doctors, hopefully we finish the evidence tomorrow, we would be closing Monday?
I would expect either Monday or Tuesday. If the parties may need, I'll leave, we could talk about that. But, my old experience, there's been a lot of evidence and there's a lot of witnesses. And so if the parties feel that they need like a day to kind of marshal their thoughts, we could talk about that. So either probably Monday or Tuesday. We could talk about that tomorrow. All right. Anything else we need to address, you think?
No, Your Honor.
All right. And so tomorrow we'll be in recess until tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Hopefully we'll start with Dr. Resnick and then, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, all right. You just kind of looked at that. Oh, yeah. So that would be the thought. And then we'll just kind of go from there. If the
All
defendant
right, hold
rests,
on, everybody.
Commonwealth can then present their witnesses. And if it's not done by Friday, we go into Monday, and that may mean closings and charge on Tuesday.
Okay.
All right.
And Mr. Verino will be here, yes, to set up the Zoom.
So you're not going to trust me to set that up this time? I think that's a good
Or
move.
me.
All right. So thank you, everyone. And so we'll be in recess until tomorrow.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you.
Court, all rise.
All right. Okay, I know that's a lot. And you're like, what did they just say? I told you it was going to be a lot of legalese, meaning a lot of legal words, a lot of legal wranglings, etc. And you're like, what is malice forethought? Hold on just a second. I need to just check something really quickly. So give me just one quick second. Yesterday, as we know, you guys, oh, thank you for the heart. I'm trying to do some research. Yesterday, as you guys know, the sorry, I'm getting sidetracked with some other stuff. Okay, I don't see it just quickly. If there was, I was going to bring it to you. Yesterday, the judge had made the determination about the TikTok social worker. And if we had that motion, I was going to bring that to you, but I don't have that. So it's okay. It's okay. All right, let me go to some of your questions and then I'll answer what's going on. You can't hear the court. I did turn it up, so I hope you heard it. If she was on a concoction of medicine dosage, would that not qualify as intoxication? Yes, but as you heard, it depends on what that intoxication was. And we do know from the toxicology report as the time that she was given to South Shore that the levels that was in her system were of therapeutic levels. The quetiapine, that was the one that was a little bit higher, but that would not have any effect on her mentally. That's what the toxicologist testified to. Doesn't psychosis make it involuntary? He's going to go with the Commonwealth. If you mean when the prosecution was talking, they're trying to prove she did it with intent and not under psychosis. Absolutely, that's what they say. I thought they did blood work on her when she got to the hospital. Yes, I answered that question. All right, let's go over to TikTok really quickly, and then I will go into the legal wranglings. Seroquel and trazodone were in her system. All right, hang on. I do have the toxicology report. You guys are going to have to give me 1 second to bring that up, okay? I need a moment to think. So currently right now, they talked about what they're thinking about. Until it's written up, you guys, until it's written up, until it is an order, it is kind of speculation, but we got an idea of what it is going to be. Just FYI, we have the idea. We kind of know what it's going to be. So it's not going to be a big surprise. Pretty much whatever the judge just basically said is what it's going to be. Hang on just a second. I am trying to look really quickly if I can find the toxicology report, just so that we have an accurate record. It's going to take me a second. I didn't have it pulled up, so give me just a second and I'll pull it up and then we'll know exactly. I do know that quetiapine was in her system. They already said, I mean, they basically told us what she had in her system. What was it, like the amitriptyline and the trazodone? One second. If you are waiting for me, please like and subscribe and get those hearts going, and I'll pull it up and we're going to have a lovely little chat about the legal wrangling. But I want to get I want to answer that question for you because I know it's on your mind. But when Reddington was talking about the things, the benzos, she was somewhat weaned off of those, right? When she went to McLean Hospital. She was at McLean Hospital from January the 1st until the 5th, and she was tapered off of that. So at the time that she committed this crime, was she under the influence of those medications and the prosecution saying she wasn't under the influence. They're not even going to go into that. So they said that it wasn't. Let's see. Oh, that one's really bad. There's the toxicologist. I couldn't read what he wrote, but hang on. I've got it. So give me just a second. I have to scroll through my stuff. I think I have it somewhere. I can find it really quickly. If not, I'm going to have to go another route. Sorry, guys. Give me just a few more seconds, and if I can't find it, I'll go another route. But I want to be more specific with you. I don't want to speculate what was in her system exactly. All right. Shoot, I'm not finding it. Okay, give me one more second. I have another place to look. I need like a central place. I need to do this a little better. I need better case files. I'm laughing at myself because I'm silly today. 1 second. All right, I should have gone this route because here it is. All right, Law Levies, 1 second. I've got it for you. I've got it. Okay, here it is. And I'll present it to you guys. I'll show everybody. 1 second. All right, it was evidence 183, the toxicology report. And this is why you follow me, because I give you receipts, timelines, the whole 9 yards. I'll pull it up for everybody so everybody can see. This was what is in her system. Give me 1 minute so I can show everybody. All right. Oops, 1 second. All right. Look, everybody on YouTube, you can see it. There it is. I will blow it up for you. Maybe, maybe not. That's as good as I can get for right now. Okay, you over here on the Tickety Talk, I'll put it up here for you as well. I don't know if you're going to be able to read it, but I will read it to you in just 1 minute. Let me pull it up so all the players at home can see. I know. Woo! I hope you can see it on your phone. I'll read it to you. All right, if you're just joining me, this is the toxicology report for Lindsay Clancy. This was what was in her system when she was at South Shore Hospital. She had diazepam, nordiazepam, oxazepam, I'm butchering this, temapazim, lorazepam, and there was no alcohol, there was no amphetamines, there was no benzodiazepines. Oh, sorry. She was screened positive for benzodiazepines. So I think that is right. So organic-based neutrals. It says morazepine, lamotrigine, quetiapine metabolite, and trazodone detected. Now, just remember, take that with a grain of salt, because at the time when she was, the last diagnosis that she received from the doctors, she was on or prescribed, oh boy, I have so many tabs open. Where is, okay, my handy dandy timeline. So, as you guys know, after she got out of the hospital, she went back to Dr. Tufts. Remember, in order for her to come out of the hospital, she had to see Dr. Tufts. And that was on the 16th. She was supposedly supposed to be taking amitriptyline and discussing a Valium taper. And she was on trazodone, and or she could have been on Benadryl. But on the 10th of January, she Googled trazodone and Benadryl, trazodone headache, trazodone ibuprofen, trazodone Tylenol. She also did an interactions checker. On the 11th, she Googled ketamine. She also talked on the 12th, how quickly does Wellbutrin work for you? Remember, she went to the water park on the 15th of January. On the 16th, she had another appointment with Dr. Tufts. She had started the amitriptyline, reported that she had no apparent side effects. So she was to continue the amitriptyline and increase to 20 milligrams and slowly do a Valium taper. So it is about what she was prescribed and what she was on, and that she reported to her doctor. Not and at the time when she committed the offense. And then if she took a whole bunch of pills afterwards, that's what's in the toxicology report. The toxicologist said whatever she took were therapeutic levels, and that in and of itself did not have any influence on her as far as her doing what she did. So I hope that explains that. Let me go to some of your questions, and then I'll talk to you about what's going on. You've noticed TikTok lives mostly have unemployed people that pose as a host. Okay. Am I included in that? Only one of them could have therapeutic levels. If the trazodone is extended release and crushed, that can cause severe side effects at the moment. Right. So we do not know how she took those. Seroquel was slightly higher, and she took them after the kids. Right. So is Reddington's PI not going to testify? It looks like it's not. You're so confused what happened at the end of the trial. It's not over yet. If you are not, okay. None of her medications were extended release. All right. I'll come back to Facebook and answer your questions in just a second. Your mom was on that and had a severe reaction to one dose, literally seemed psychotic. Well, that is great firsthand information. Yep, she Googled ketamine. She also talked to Dr. Tufts about that. They could look into some of these meds if they're extended release crushed. Yeah, we already went over that. Okay. All those benzodiazepines are how your body metabolizes Valium. I take Valium, and my tests say that. Okay, let's go over to YouTube, and then we're going to go over what was said. Do I know what makes decision either? Okay, we already talked about that. Hold on. Can you imagine not being able to? Okay, I talked about that. Sorry, I went up to go down. And I went up a little too far. Don't know where Patrick is. Did he say he wants our thoughts? Okay. It was a concoction of medication doses. Would it not qualify as intoxication? I already went over that. Doesn't psychosis make it involuntary? They should have done blood tests on her. I think I heard twice the amount of Seroquel. I thought they did blood work on the hospital. I just went over that. So they can only go off what was in her system on that day, right? Not all the meds before that could have put her in psychosis. Absolutely. You heard their argument. If by chance she's let off on charges, what are the next steps? What do you think? They're looking for a culprit. Stephanie. The police have done all of their investigations. If there is any other reason, if there's a reason that somebody else has done it, if there's any evidence that Patrick or anybody else had any culpability in this, the police would be investigating. I've said this numerous times. I bet you there are a lot of TikTok people out there who have called the FBI, who have called the Duxbury Police Department, who have called the Sheriff's Department, who have called Mr. Reddington and let it known that they think Patrick has done it. But unless you have actual proof and evidence, the police aren't just going to go off of TikTok crime speculations. So if you think that there's somebody else that did it and you know that they did it and you have evidence and proof of that, please, by all means, call the FBI, call the Duxbury Police, let them know. But until such time, we and the jurors in the courtroom have to go on the facts that were brought up in this case to determine what's going to happen with Lindsay Clancy. If by chance there is other evidence, if by chance there's something that somebody comes up with that is actual factual evidence and Patrick then gets arrested and then he gets charges on him, we'll bring that conversation to you. But until such time, it's pure speculation and I can't go off of speculation. I do some, but in context of Patrick, I can't. You don't think so because prosecutor says she took all those meds after she committed the act. That's exactly right. On the Commonwealth or defense charges, their witness right before to throw off the other parties? No. So before, when you get arrested and you go before the judge, you get the charges given to you. So they did. They charged her with first and second degree M. I don't have the initial charging documents in front of me, so I wasn't 100% sure. Now I know. But Reddington was saying he doesn't think that. He wants to go for involuntary. He can say whatever he wants. The prosecution is the one that's charging Lindsay, not the defense. The defense can ask for cupcakes and unicorns to be played throughout the courtroom. That's not going to happen. This is not the defense's case. This is the prosecution's case. They charged her. We're going to go over those charges in just a minute. We're going to talk about jury instructions in just a minute. They're the ones that charged her. They're the ones that they get to say what they want to do. Hope that makes sense. You love how the prosecutors use choice statements from their witnesses to somehow gain full sentences on mental health professionals and enough to include health outcomes. Right. You heard Reddington talk a little bit off the cuff today. Oh, Judge, you heard this. Oh, Judge, you heard that. You heard this. You heard that. Guess what? In the end of the day, Reddington can say whatever he wants to the judge. It is what's the letter of the law. Whatever the prosecution is charging her with, that's what they're going to go off of. Whatever the jury instructions are, when he said SJC, that is the Supreme Judicial Court. They are the highest law of the land in Massachusetts. When we talk about the laws that are created, right? You must stop at a stop sign. You can only go 45 miles per hour. Talk about your regular letters of the law. Those had to be enacted some way, shape, or form. You go to Congress, you go to the Senate, they make the laws. Laws change, but it has to go through a process. And the Supreme Court justices are the letter of the law. Cases come up, they change the law. They're the letter of the highest court in Massachusetts. So what they say the jury instructions are going to be is pre-written jury instructions. It's like a plug and play. So they're sentences, I'm going to read them out to you, and then the judge just puts in, okay, you're going to do charge M, charge 1, charge 2, and then he reads all of the legal wranglings with that. It's a pre-list. Why? Because you have to be very careful what you say to the jury. You don't want to influence them one way or the other. That's why they read the jury instructions to them. That's why the judge is going to give them the instructions that they have, and then they get to make their own decisions, not off of whatever Reddington has to say off the top of his head. Do they ever check and talk about her hormones? No. So was there a notion she had toxic levels of Seroquel in her system? Prosecution says no. Aaron said, you just got a clip of women outside the courtroom. This is why they should have been sequestered. So I think that the jury gets brought in via like the side door. But because the people were out there, they might have seen or heard something. And that's why the judge took the time, probably this morning, to talk to each one of them to make sure that they weren't influenced in any way. Because if they were and it clouded their vision, then they need to be yeeted, right? You're on this side, you had to use your work phone for a meeting. Facts only. Will the docs for the jury instructions be able to view online? Yes. So what are the charges? Great. Iggy, Ziggy, Piggy. We're going to do that right now. Okay? All right. Hello, everybody. I need a moment. Everybody, take a big drink. All right. You guys, I wrote a whole bunch of notes. Big, big, big notes. So if you want to, if you're still on TikTok and you want to contribute to my pen and my notebook fund, I'm running out of room. I need some more notebooks. So gifts are open if you want to go ahead and give me one. And thank you, D1, for sending me one. Leah, thank you so much. Amy, thank you so much. Shirley, Sandy, Selena, thank you, everybody, for sending me a lovely, lovely note. Yes. Libby says, host, please tell them that the Commonwealth has the burden of proof. Yes. So the Commonwealth has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt what these charges mean. And we're going to go over the charges. So I hope that makes sense. Let me just get my notes. All right. Okay, jury instructions. All right, that was the witness. One second, I got to go over my notes. All right, here we go. I need just to make a note here that these are what's going on. All right. Okay, they're going to give the model and jury instructions from March 26th from the SJC. We'll go over that in just a minute. All right, they are charging her with first and second degree M. All right, let me just look really quickly. So I don't have so until they write it up, I don't physically have it in front of me, okay? I'm going off of kind of what has happened in other cases. As soon as we have it, I will let you know. They're still writing it up. They have to agree to it. So maybe Friday afternoon we might have it, or we might not have it until Monday, or we might not have it until they give it to the jury. But it will be on the docket for us to see. But we don't know when they're going to pose that. All right. Lindsay Clancy is facing 3 counts of first degree M. That is for each one of the children, okay? Okay. That's the model instructions. Hang on. All right. You guys ready? Here we go. It's a lot of legal wranglings, but just hold on. Okay. The jury instructions for Massachusetts when it comes to Lindsay Clancy's case. This will be what is taken to the jury for the jury to consider. All right. Criminal responsibility. Where there is evidence of a lack of criminal responsibility, the instruction at the discretion of the judge may be given as a standalone instruction prior to the M instruction or inserted within the M instruction. In deciding when to give this instruction, a judge may wish to consider whether the defendant has conceded that they committed the crime. So remember, she already stipulated, and that is what's going to be in the instructions that she stipulated to this. When we talk about that she stipulated to this, remember she stipulated to the facts of the case that she did it. You can come for me all you want to. This is the law. We're in the law portion of this program, okay? To prove a defendant guilty of any crime, the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant was criminally responsible at the time of the alleged crime committed. The Commonwealth bears the burden of proving beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant committed the crime which they are charged with, as even though she admitted to it, right? Then they're going to probably give some case law as to how that is. All right. Okay. Lindsay Clancy is criminally responsible for her conduct. The defendant has no proof. The defendant has no burden to prove a lack of criminal responsibility. Criminal responsibility is a legal term. A person is not criminally responsible if their conduct has a mental disease or defect, or as a result of that mental disease or defect lacks the substantial capacity either to appreciate the criminality or wrongfulness of their conduct or to conform to conduct to the requirements of the law. These are the legal exact words the judge is going to say. The phrase mental disease or defect is a legal term, not a medical term. It need not fit into a formal medical diagnosis. The phrase mental disease or defect does not include any abnormality characterized only by repeated criminal conduct. It is for you, this is the jury, to determine in light of all of the evidence whether the defendant had a mental disease or defect. And then they're going to give some case law. Okay, quoting the model jury instructions on homicide. The Commonwealth has the burden to prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant did not lack the substantial capacity to appreciate the wrongfulness of her conduct or to conform her conduct to the requirements of the law as a result of mental disease or defect. In order to prove that the defendant can conform her conduct to the requirements of the law, the prosecution must show that the defendant had a substantial ability to behave as the law requires. That is, to obey the law, right? Let's see what's next. The Commonwealth must prove that at the time of the offense, the defendant understood either that her actions were illegal or criminal, that they were immoral, wrongful, that is a case, and that must prove that the defendant did not lack the substantial capacity to appreciate the wrongfulness of her conduct or to conform her conduct to the requirements of law. That is Commonwealth versus Santiago. That the crimes were heinous and would not alone support a conclusion that they were the product of an insane mind. They will also indicate that a judge is not required to define mental disease or defect, but has the discretion to provide the instructions that are appropriate to the context. So we'll see if he takes that out and further goes into that. If the Commonwealth has proved to you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant was not suffering from a mental disease or defect at the time of the unalivings, the Commonwealth has satisfied its burden of proving that the defendant was criminally responsible. If the Commonwealth has not proved to you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant was not suffering a mental disease or defect at the time of the unaliving, then you must consider whether, as a result of mental disease or defect, the defendant lacked the substantial capacity either to appreciate the criminality or wrongfulness of their conduct, or to conform their conduct to the requirements of the law. To establish that the defendant had the substantial capacity to conform their conduct to the requirements of the law, the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that any mental disease or defect that may have existed did not deprive the defendant of her ability to behave as the law requires. That is, to obey the law. There's a lot. In considering whether the Commonwealth has met its burden of proof, you may consider all of the evidence that is presented at this trial. You may consider facts underlying the crime and evidence of the defendant's actions before and after the crime. You may consider the opinions of any of the experts who testified and give those opinions whatever weight you think they deserve. Remember? So the chaplain was on the stand this morning. You give it whatever weight you think it should deserve. This is the instructions the jury is going to have. Okay. A defendant's lack of criminal responsibility must be because of a mental disease or defect. All that you need to determine as to the issue is whether the Commonwealth has proved beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant did not have a mental disease or defect at the time of the alleged offense. Intoxication caused by the voluntary consumption of alcohol or drugs by itself is not mental disease or defect. Therefore, the defendant lacked the substantial capacity to appreciate the criminality or wrongfulness of her conduct or to conform to her conduct to the law solely as a result of voluntary intoxication and not from a mental disease or defect. Then she is criminally responsible for her conduct. And again, these are the things that I assume the judge is going to say. Until it is actually physically written, then we'll know, but I bet you I'm right on the money. All right. This might be said. The consumption of drugs may trigger or intensify, that is, make it worse, a defendant's pre-existing mental disease or defect. If it did not so here, the mental disease or defect then caused the defendant to lose the substantial capacity to appreciate the criminality or wrongfulness of her conduct and to conform her conduct to the requirements of the law. So remember, the prosecution said, we're not going to go for that because they think that at the time, she was prescribed these medications, which would not create her to be influenced in any way to commit the crime. All right, let's see what your questions are. I mean, this is going to go on for a very, 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 very long time. Oh, you guys are fighting in the chat. Wasted on you this morning. So if you're just joining me, hi, I'm Missy K. I bring you legal cases. I'm talking about the legal wranglings that the judge is going to give to the jury. What happened this morning, if you want to recap. This morning, the chaplain from Brigham Women's Hospital was on the stand. She testified that she was comforting and giving religious consultation to Lindsay. And in that, she stated that Lindsay told her that she was hearing voices at the time of the crime. She was talking a little bit about her kids and, of course, how much she loves her kids, etc. The prosecution got up and went over her notes and said, well, I see all the notes that you had written in here, but you didn't write any notes about hearing the voices. Why not? And she said, well, these aren't necessarily direct quotes. And she said, but you directly quote in here how Lindsay was feeling XYZ, and but you didn't write anything about the voices. So is that sus? That's up to the jury. And then the prosecution also said, well, did you see that Lindsay was exercising with exercise band, a yellow exercise band to be precise? And if that doesn't hit home, I don't know what was. So there's a lot of controversy as to whether or not the chaplain was believable or not. But religion was definitely brought up. And how is that going to affect the jury? It depends on how the jury is. Then they left. Everybody left. That was the only witness today. The jury left. Then the judge and the prosecution and the defense came in and talked a little bit about what the charges that they are going to bring on Lindsay, what they're going to consider, what they aren't, and what the jury instructions may be. I'm at the point in my program where I'm telling you what the letter of the law is going to be. And if you don't believe me, I'm sorry. But that's what the letter of the law is going to be. And I'm going to read more to you here in just a minute. Queen Killicat said, you're feeling that she snapped, obviously suffering from PPD and very tired. Again, you guys, the jurors are the finders of facts. We, the TikTok people, we, the YouTube people, whatever we are, we can say all that we want, but it's going to be up to the jury. So we also got a, hi V. We also got at the end of it all, we do know what's going to happen next. Tomorrow, Dr. Resnick is going to take the stand. He is the defense witness, and then the defense is going to rest. The defense hasn't rested yet, people. This trial is not over. And then there's the prosecution has 3 doctors as rebuttal doctors that they're going to be. Will it be over tomorrow? No. The judge was hesitant to say everything is going to be over. So we'll see how tomorrow plays out with these 4 witnesses and how that is. They did say it is going to be all day tomorrow. So we do know that the defense is going to rest. Will the prosecution finish up with their witnesses? We don't know. But the judge said that maybe closing arguments might be on Monday, but it seems to me most likely on Tuesday. Just so you know, they finally talked in open court as to what's going to happen the next day. All right. So what are the charges? Yes, give me just a second. I'm going to tell you that in just a minute. Oh, yes. TikTok social worker nurse is not going to testify because she wasn't there. All right. One moment, everybody. Let me get back to where I was. And then I'm going to tell you exactly. These are the jury instructions. All right, 1 second. I want to get exactly what. I want to get the wording correctly for you. So you guys, I thought they were going to do this tomorrow and I was going to have everything all ready to answer all of your questions. So I'm scrambling right now to give you all of the legal wranglings. All right, so Lindsay Clancy is charged with M1. So that means first degree M. That is that she did it deliberately and premeditatedly, meaning that she planned to do the unalivings in advance and acted with malice and forethought. Second degree M, they're also charging her with that. Again, that she acted with malice and intended to unalive her children, but did not engage in cold, deliberate premeditation or planning. So they can opt, if they don't believe 1, they can go to 2. Also, I believe they're also charging her with involuntary. Let me just see. Let me read my notes really quickly. I know they're doing 1 and 2. And remember, the defense is saying that she lacked criminal responsibility. Okay. Again, I'm not 100% sure. I'm not 100% sure about the involuntary manslaughter. If they do that, this would mean that the jury finds that she unalived her children, but without a specific legally sound intent to cause the death. Instead, it implies that her behavior was a result of wanton, reckless conduct. The defense can use this to argue that her severe psychiatric overmedication or mental defect caused an involuntary break from reality. what is the defense going to say? So if the lesser charges are given to the jury as an alternative, then the defense is saying that she was not guilty by reason of lack of criminal responsibility. So, because the defense already stipulated that Clancy physically caused the death of her children, their primary goal is to prove that she was in the deep throes of postpartum psychosis under the Massachusetts law. If the jury believes that she entirely lacked the capacity to appreciate the wrongfulness of her actions or to conform her behavior to the law, she would be acquitted of the criminal charges, M1, M2, and instead committed to a state mental health facility. So there you go. I'm gonna put this in the chat. Those are the legal terms, okay? Them's the legal wranglings, everybody. Them's the legal wranglings. All right? You're going to have to accept it because it's going to come true. It's going to come true. So I hope you guys can read that and you guys can see that. All right. You're just logging on. What's going on? Hi, Jasmine. We are talking about the legal things that the jury is going to have to consider when it comes time for them to get the jury instructions and the letter of the law. I just wrote to you what the defense is going to claim when it comes time for the jury to get the jury instructions, etc., right? All right. So once she committed the crime, did the voice intrusive thoughts just stop? Sam, that seems to be the case. Now, Dr. Resnick is going to take the stand tomorrow. Let's see what Dr. Resnick is possibly going to say. Hold on. And I hope it's not a rehash. All right. Dr. Philip Resnick is one of the world's most prominent forensic psychiatrists specializing in filicide. He is going to testify that Lindsay Clancy was legally insane and lacked criminal responsibility. He was the psychologist who testified in the Andrea Yates case. So here he's coming back. He's going to testify that she was suffering from severe undiagnosed bipolar 1 disorder with postpartum psychosis. He will explain to the jury that the postpartum psychosis behaves much like a rapid cycling bipolar episode than a standard postpartum depression, causing sudden extreme breaks from reality. He's also going to talk about the waxing and waning of psychosis, which Dr. Zeisel already testified to. He's going to talk about the command hallucinations, which Dr. Zeisel also talked about. And then he probably is going to wrap it up in a nice little bow and talk about how the legal insanity under the Massachusetts law states that Clancy could not appreciate the wrongfulness of her actions and completely lacked the capacity to conform her behavior to the law. That is what Dr. Resnick is going to testify to approximately about tomorrow. Will that be a nice little bow for the jury to be heard with? Absolutely. But then the prosecution is going to bring their experts on. And then I told you it's going to be a battle of the experts. They're probably going to bring on their own forensic psychiatrist to dispute what Dr. Zeisel said, dispute what this doctor said. Plus, I'm hoping that they get somebody on the stand to rebut what Dr. La Posada said about the injuries to Lindsay Clancy. Because if they're saying that's not how it happened, they have not spelled it out to me as to what happened and how Lindsay received her injuries after she came out of the window. All right. What questions, comments, concerns do we have? There are 530 of you in my chat. Let's go. Let's get to 100,000 today. If everybody could just take one moment and hit that like button. Let's see who can click the fastest. Let's clickety click, 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 click. Let's go. So if you're disappointed that there was not a full trial today, buckle up because there will be tomorrow. Why and how do I know that? A, the judge stated that to the jurors this morning, and B, I just told you there are going to be at least 4 witnesses tomorrow. So just remember that A, the person needs to testify, then the prosecution gets to go up and give their cross-examination. Then the prosecution is going to have their own 3 witnesses, and then the defense gets to go up and cross-examine them. Number 1, will they get through all of the testimony tomorrow? That's a great question. If they don't, it'll be continued on Monday. The judge stated that open or closing statements may not happen on Monday, more likely on Tuesday, but it depends on A, how they get through these witnesses, and 2, if all of the charging documents and stuff have been agreed upon. And remember, they got to type it all up. They've got to look it over because they're going to give the jury instructions to the jurors to read in the jury room. It's imperative that that language is very precise and there's no question about it, because if it's not, it can be definitely brought up on appeal, and then we'll be right back here. All right, so let's see. It's question time. I see you guys have some questions. I'm going to go all the way back up and then answer what I can. And please be nice to each other in the chat. It was bizarre to be the ending today's trial early because the judge called yesterday. Exactly. If you do not know why the judge left early yesterday, apparently there was a witness who was having some problems and therefore they couldn't come in and testify. But it has nothing to do with any of the speculations, has nothing to do with Patrick. Also, bipolar not being treated correctly. Absolutely. The prosecution didn't prove the first one, neither the second one. Do you think they change it to manslaughter? I don't know, but I did read that. Is she on any medications now? Wrong. I assume so. I'm speculating, but nobody has come in to testify to that, so I don't know. I assume she is. They have to consider all the meds she had been on in 3 months? No, Sandra. No. The prosecution said, nope. They're only going to consider what she did at the time that she did it. And so what they're doing is going back to the last time she was with the doctor and what the medication the doctor prescribed to her. And then obviously we know what was in her system when she did it. They can only consider the time frame with what she did it. Nothing before. If she premeditated it, then why can't they talk us through the process because they don't have it? It's Alex. Be more specific. I'm sensing some allergies. This is what you wrote, Tesla. I'm sensing some allergies to accountability in this chat. Very sensitive. I think prosecution's sister lawyers are angry at the way that they have been portrayed. Could be, absolutely. But listen, prosecutors know that this is part of the job. They knew the job was dangerous when they took it. If you know what you know. You feel like the prosecution could benefit from a JoJo now. Guilty premeditation and in cold blood, or not guilty, unalive them due to psychosis. Lila, that's very good. Also, lack of support and precaution on Patrick's side. Okay. Thank you. Many people refuse to understand this case. Thank you, Jillian. I hope I am explaining it to you. It's the letter of the law. We are going off of what the law says, right? We can't go off of TikTok speculations. Basically, prison or mental facility. Yes, Lila. Exactly. Lila, you've said it a couple of times. Absolutely. So can they change the trial halfway through the trial? Amanda, they can do whatever they want. They could change it, but once, so they did the charging conference today. They said M1, M2. That's what they're going with. I don't think involuntary is it. I think Reddington wanted involuntary. I don't think they're going to do it. So M1, M2, that's where we're at. Plain simple. Once the charging documents are written up and they are on the docket, that's it. And of course, once they tell the jury, that's it. No more changing. But there can always be a plea deal. A plea deal can happen all the way up until a verdict. FYI, a plea deal can happen. Anything can happen. Will a plea deal happen? I don't think so. I would think if a plea deal was going to happen, the prosecution would have already have done it. But who knows? To me, it's relevant. She took the meds in college, showing it was not a postpartum issue. So once she committed the crime, did the voice intrude? We already talked about that. Isn't it funny? Since she hasn't been with Patrick, she's not having all of the problems she was. Well, Kissy Schaefer, remember, she's also in a mental health facility. She's under a 24/7 watch right now, right? And they have a liability to make sure that she isn't harming herself. Mental hospital gets her treatment and punishment for the, I'm assuming, unalivings. That's just what you say. What did I just write? Golden V. I don't know what you're talking about, but I did put something in the chat. She's not going to survive in prison, will she? She's not going to survive in prison, will she? Kalana Pana, I don't know what that means. I don't know what you're implying. Guilty, prison, not guilty, mental facility. Lila, yes, you said that. You work with clients perinatal and attend birth, then 3 months postpartum. Birth even is trauma to the body. Absolutely, it is. Okay, Lila, no more. If you continue to say that over and over again, you're going to be yeeted if you haven't been yeeted already. I've seen it like 6 times already. Please stop spamming the chat with the same thing over and over again. Once she committed the crime, she was diagnosed probably on is proper medication. Maybe, yeah, Jillian. She withheld how she felt about harming her kids to the mental health professionals. That is something that the jury is going to have to consider. She failed herself and her kids. Mental health can not go by a book. Everyone is different. And husband. Husband didn't support her. You're still wondering how the meds in his truck ended up in her system. It's Alex. I would have to go back and look and see. I'm not exactly sure because she still had other medication that how do I describe this? She had duplicates of the medication. She just had them in different milligrams. So I'm not sure about that. Can you recap today? I missed it. B, I already did, but if you didn't get it, I'll tell you again. So what do I think happened to Lindsay? All the evidence isn't in yet. Until I hear all of the evidence, I'll give you my opinion. I think Reddington's trying to do his job to reduce it to manslaughter. They're not buying it. Oh, you just woke up. All right, I'll do a quick recap today. Everybody, today was short. This morning, the chaplain from Brigham Women's Hospital was on the stand. She said that she talked to Lindsay. They confided with each other. Remember, she's a religious person, so their communication somewhat might be privileged, although she wrote a report and she gave it to the prosecution, so Lindsay must have said, go ahead and do it. The reason why she was on the stand was to recall that Lindsay told her that she had heard voices and that they talked about Lindsay's children and how much she loved them and that her children are safe. I didn't say it. I'm just telling you what was said. Then the prosecution got up and said to her, well, in your notes and everything that you had written with all of the visits that you had done, I think she said she visited her like 30 times, that you didn't say anything in your notes that she had heard voices. And she's like, well, I don't write everything down. She's like, well, you have some direct quotes in here of all of the things that you did with Lindsay, but not at one point in time did you write about the voices. So is that sus? And then the prosecution made a bombshell and she said, did you know that Lindsay was working with the physical therapist and that she was working out with a yellow exercise band? I'm sure that hit home to the jury. All right, let's go over to YouTube. Hello, everybody over my YouTubies. How are you guys doing? Prosecutors only doing their job, just like the defense. Both sides are doing their jobs to the best of their ability. Absolutely. Jasmine, they had trial this morning. They're done. I hope I gave you just what the recap was. Remember her hormones changing during pregnancy and after can cause these different mental illnesses. Yeah, but you know what? That didn't really come into evidence, right? The jury has to go off of the facts that were brought into evidence. He put the bag of pill bottles in his truck because the doctor told him to take them out of the house. That's how they got into Patrick's truck. That's right. Actually, I believe he stated that Lindsay gave him those medications. He had them in his truck. There's nothing nefarious about that. He was going to go and take them to be destroyed. I don't know what the time frame was on that. And then now that all the stuff happened, he then took him to the police instead I think his lawyer told him to take him to the police, or he called the police, Reddington, whoever, told him to take him to the police. So there's nothing nefarious there. All right, let's see. Unpopular opinion, but Lindsay had way more resources than most women do. Sarah, that's not an unpopular position. I agree with you wholeheartedly on that. Perfusionist state, it was not possible in that time frame. I don't know what perfusionist state means. You knew that medications were messing her up and he took advantage of the situation. All right. What is 200 times? What's wrong with telling people to self-medicate? Oh, it was 200 times, not 30. Thank you. I didn't look at my notes. I was just going off the top of my head. Thank you. Listen, I can be wrong sometimes, you guys. I can be wrong. And you know why court was dismissed early yesterday? There was a witness problem. Hope I answered that question. The feed jumped, so I hope that I can get to everybody. He was keeping meds from her so she wouldn't take what she was supposed to take. All right, 200 times. I got it. 200 times. Thank you. The chaplain visited 200 times. There are so many different ways to self-medicate rather than taking prescription medications. If you don't know better, I would have thought the prosecution called the clergy member, not the defense. Besides the day that she unalived, when was the last time she took lorazepam Ativan? I'll have to go through my notes and look. The witness may approve motive. The stipulations were never publicly posted. Libby, I have the stipulations posted on my Facebook page. Go read it. Go Legalese 123. It says right on the top that they are stipulated to. At the very least, show that there was a motive, because it's an important thing to say. Why do people feel that they need to always take prescription medications? It's their choice. I feel the yellow band use something showed she was disconnected, which was better for the defense. All right. The stipulations were of chain of custody. Agreed to the DNA was the DNA. Nope, Libby, go read the one that I posted. It wasn't about chain of custody. Reddington stated that here. All right. All right, you guys want to read the stipulations of facts? Here we go. I'll bring it up for you right now. All right, hold on, everybody. I'm going to bring this up for you. Let me see if I can. Hold on. I don't know if you can see this. I'll do my best. Hold on, TikTokers. I can't cover up my face. So if you want to read this, you can go read it on my Facebook page. Or if you want to join me over on YouTube, I'm going to bring it up for all of my lovely YouTubers. so you guys can see it firsthand. Hold on just a minute, law levies. This is on my Facebook page. I'm going to read it to you. It's 2 pages long. I know it's hard to see. It's very, 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 very tiny. I'm going to see if I can make it a little bit bigger for you. So hold on. Nope, I can't make it any bigger for you. Hold on. Nope, I can't make it any bigger for you. I'll read it to you. All right, now comes the defendant, Lindsay Clancy, in the above captioned matter, and respectfully moves to this court for an order of reconsidering the denial of the defendant's motion for purification. Go Google that. In support hereof, the defendant states that the issue of the actions that resulted into the death of the decedents in the indictment at the bar is not a live issue, and that the defendant is willing to stipulate formally in writing to her involvement in the underlying conduct resulting in the death of the 3 young children. With that understanding, the defendant submits that the only live issue for consideration at trial would be the defendant's state of mind as it relates to the defense's lack of criminal responsibility. The defendant understands the government has a right to prove its case, but where there is an agreement for stipulation, for the defendant submits that it is elevating form over substance to require a full-blown trial on the issue of culpability. There is no issue of culpability as opposed to criminal responsibility. This was filed on April 2nd, 2026. Wherefore, the defendant requests that the court enter in order allowing purification of the trial with the understanding that the stipulation of the defendant would be presented to the jury as it relates to the actual factual predicate for conduct resulting in the death of the children. Okay, the definition of purification is the act or point of dividing the 2 separate branches, parts, or forks. The term is used across various fields to split the 2 distinction paths. What that means is that the defense says, we admit to the facts that she did it. What we want you to focus on is the why. So the defense, as you heard from the beginning, they didn't want the pictures of the children to be in. They didn't want the exercise bands. They didn't want the kids' clothing. They didn't want all of the law enforcement, the detectives, the EMS people to come in to testify. They already stipulated that she did it. It's not a matter of that she did it or she didn't do it. It's a matter of whether or not she's going to prison or she's going to go to a mental hospital. Okay? And sorry if I'm yelling at you. So go read it. Go read it. It's on my Facebook page. I just read it to you. Those are the facts. We deal with facts here. Facts, facts, facts. I cannot say it any louder. But after all this evidence, can they charge Patrick with anything? PPPP 2127, if there's evidence that Patrick did it. It's getting frustrating after a while. Host, I get it. I'm saying it for those in the back of the room that don't. Do you know how many people admit to crimes they didn't commit to? Chelsea. Okay, but here we're dealing with the facts, okay? It's overstimulating to be a mother to little kids. It is for me, but as an adult, we should be able to, Norma, I'm trying to see if I can get to you, regulate our emotions. Well, the other thing, Norma, I believe, is that she was doing the best to regulate her emotions, and then she needed help, and she received the medications, and the medications didn't go the way she wanted it to, and I think that lies the problem. But as you will know, as well as I know, you have the right to stop those medications if it's doing things to you. I know you guys are tired of the Patrick things. I understand that, but just, in general and everything, we We're a community. We're all together. I'm trying to make sure everybody is harmonious and everybody's opinions are heard. I think regardless of this last witness, it's obvious that Lindsay was not in her right mind during the killings. And Jackie, that's what the jury gets to decide. You guys, here's the best thing. We at home don't have to make the decision, right? We at home can say whatever we want, right? We can say and do whatever we want. We're not on the jury. In the end, whatever the jury has to say, and you guys know this, whichever way the jury is going to go, they're not going to believe it, right? It always happens. It always happens. Oh, the jury got it wrong. Oh, there was somebody on the jury who was biased. Oh, there was somebody on the jury who was watching TikToks. Oh, there's somebody on the jury that knows somebody and they're all messed up. It's going to happen. So just wait. It always happens. Someone's going to disagree. Exactly. Yeah, I'm so glad I don't have to make that decision either. You say that because some are saying that it's scary that some women are saying they could have been Lindsay. Absolutely. So listen, absolutely. And that's why I'm bringing this case to you. That's why we're talking about this case, because there's some women out there that are having these issues or having these problems. If they're turning to medications, see what happened to Lindsay. And that could happen to you too. So this is not necessarily a wake-up call, but it is an educated thing for you. If anybody out there is having any of these thoughts, any of these feelings, etc., you're not adequate enough. You're having dissociative behavior. You're not yourself. Medications might help you out. Some people say on here these medications have been great for them, and they didn't go and unalive their children. Some people say they've taken some of these medications and they were not in their right mind. Guess what? If any of these people like this are on the jury, they can use their own common sense and they can use their own inferences to make their decision. But you, as John Q. Public, if you're having any of these problems, thoughts, or whatever, please go talk to somebody. Don't be like Lindsay and not talk to somebody. Go talk to somebody. If by chance you think your kids are going to be taken away from you, that might happen. But don't you think that might be the better choice than not having your children? And that if you go and get the help that you need, that at some point in time, things will get better and that you will get to go see your kids. And there was a TikToker on here, not on here, but I saw a TikToker. She had the same problems. She was in a mental health facility on more than one occasion. Her kids didn't get taken away from her. So, there's that. Did the physical therapy place have more options than Yellow Pants to choose from? I don't know. And just, you guys remember, so she's trying to get better, right? She fell out of a window. How's she supposed to exercise? And if the physical therapist used bands, some people are still saying she didn't carry out the act. She stipulated to it. You just go to your happy place in the evenings, and watching live streams of that is a small world at DW. Yeah, he dated somebody in the jury in the college. Trust me, bro. Yeah, I knew somebody who heard it from a friend who heard it from a friend who, and that we should all believe that. Yes, exactly. And just remember, there's a bridge I have to sell you. It's in San Francisco. It's mine. I own it. Don't understand how the husband didn't shed not one tear during his testimony. Well, he could be medicated. And so we were like, he can't be medicated. Sure, heck, he can. You guys, people are on meds all the time and walk around on this earth. Just because he didn't cry doesn't give, any weight one way or the other. Jessica says, didn't she try to talk to people? She did. But the problem that I have, look at me. That's so cute. Oh my God, that's so cute. That is so cute. Thank you. Moonlight past one. That is so cute. I love that. That is so awesome. I haven't had that one yet. Oh, I'm trying to read your comments. Sorry, I lost place. I got sidetracked. Squirrel. I lost where you were. Okay, Lindsay didn't talk to somebody. Well, so here's the thing. I was just going to say that. If Lindsay was having thoughts of harming herself or the children, yes, she talked to her parents, she talked to her mother, and she told Patrick. But she didn't tell her providers. Right? And also when she talked to the S hotlines, she didn't tell them either. These are things that the jury's going to have to consider. Kids not being with you for a short time is better than forever. Absolutely. She tried to get help. She did. You can't reason with someone in psychosis, though. Absolutely. So again, this is for the jury to consider. You just can't get over how the Seroquel was in her system and when it was in his truck. Okay. Instead of withholding information, now everyone has to come to court because of you. Go to court. Patrick mentioned that there was blood on the doorknob and was outside in the inside of her room. Okay. Did it come into evidence? You missed this morning. Any hot topics? Bridget, yes. There was a chaplain on the stand who came from Brigham and Women's Hospital. She talked to Lindsay a little bit about her children, and she talked to her and said that Lindsay told her that she was hearing voices. The prosecution got up and said, well, that's not in your notes. And she said, well, my notes aren't direct quotes. And she said, you did write direct quotes in your notes, but you never mentioned anything about the voices. And then she brought up the fact that Lindsay was exercising with yellow exercise bands. Did she know that? And then the court ended for the day. And then they went over what they're going to charge her with, what they're going to tell the jury with, just in general terms. I went over it. And then tomorrow there are going to be 4 people on the stand. One for the defense, Dr. Resnick. He was in the Andrea Yates case, so you might recognize him. Then the prosecution's going to have 3 doctors who are rebuttal witnesses. The defense seems like they're going to end tomorrow. The prosecution may end tomorrow, depending upon how they get through these witnesses. Closing arguments probably will not be on Monday, but it just depends on how everything goes tomorrow. But most likely on Tuesday is closing arguments. And then the jury will get the case. I think he overmedicated her and gaslighting her, and he did, and later blamed her. So if you support Lindsay, you support her choices, support her admission of her guilt. Okay. Anything important happened this morning? I missed it. Bridget, I just went over it. I hope you got that. Did her mom bawl? I never cry in front of others, but let me be alone. Right. The mom didn't cry on the stand. The mother-in-law didn't cry on the stand. I believe more people should be medicated. Jose says your tarot cards told you that Patrick did it. Oh my gosh. Maybe the TikTok psychic is on here, right? If her trifling husband would have supported her more, you're sure the outcome would have been different. If she was 100%, she would have gotten even more support. She tried to talk to people, but was not telling them about her H thoughts or voices. If she was 100% honest, okay, we got that twice already. If I tell the doctor my head hurts, but I hide other symptoms, how is it the doctor's fault? It was something. Rog, that's what I say. This is why I think it's premeditated, because Lindsay was a nurse and she knew the kids would have. Vinny, I hope I can get the rest of it. Can you address the doorknob? The thought that Patrick answered, no, Pepper, I can't, because it didn't come into evidence. Did you see pictures of the doorknob and what Patrick's talking about? If you've never been through it, you can never understand. Rogie, that's a great point. I thought he sedated her and later talked her and was unconscious. Okay. I think that's the biggest thing that will make it premeditated. Been taken away from her if she told her been taken away from her if she told the medical professional. Could be. Even if she never ever went to the doctor at all, that didn't disprove psychosis. My mom wouldn't go. Tessa, that's amazing. Well, I mean, sad for that, but amazing that you brought that up. You don't see the proof. Please explain. What was reported when she did tell the doctors she was having thoughts? How long had she been having it's Alex? Is there any information about what she thought about going out the window? She had multiple prescriptions of the same kind of meds in different doses. That's why Patrick had some. If I was Lindsay and cared for the kids, I would have done anything to remove myself from them. Well, and you see, that's what the prosecution's trying to let you know. That Lindsay wanted to harm herself, but she couldn't leave her children without her. So she had to take her children first, and then she had to take care of herself. But when it came time for herself, she failed. She tried 3 different methods and failed. How was she successful for the children, but not successful for herself? That's what the prosecution will argue. Mark my words. That's what they're going to say. Like, what do people think should have been done with Lindsay? And just remember, you guys, I've said this a million times. This is hindsight, 2020, right? We're looking back as to what coulda, shoulda have happened. And then until you're in that person's shoes, until you're in that exact state, you don't know what you would do. And why wouldn't you mention hearing voices in the note? Instead of going on medication spree and jumping from shrink to shrink. So, do we know what they're charging her with? Yes, murder 1, murder 2. Guys, premeditation can happen in seconds. Absolutely, Liz. Yes, in a matter of seconds, just like that. If you go up to somebody and you intend to do something, the minute that you do it, premeditation. My daughter almost unalived my grandson. Now son claimed psychosis, never apologized, never asked how. See, firsthand experience. She was lying to Patrick. She was lying to her doctors. If there was blood on the outside of the doorknob, that would change things. Okay, Pepper, show me proof. Give me the proof. Why did they stop already for the day? Oh, because they had 1 witness on the stand this morning and that was it. No more witnesses. So they stopped. They talked about what they're charging her with and what the jury instructions are going to be. And then they'll be back tomorrow. 4 witnesses tomorrow. It'll be a full day tomorrow. Let's see. I got to get my allergy script and migraine meds out of your husband's truck tonight. He cared about herself only. People are acting like it's Law and Order, not real life. Right, because on Law and Order, they can solve a crime within a matter of 45 minutes, right? I also like the, well, it's not just this show, but it's other shows as well, but it's the FBI one where they're in New York and they're like, hey, get me that suspect. And they go through and they click on their computers and they can like instantly locate somebody based off of, what is it? Oh, my mind's going somewhere else. Based off of like AI imaging and whatever, they're like, yeah, we got him on the subway. He's going down the street here. And by the way, all the cameras that they show you are super crystal clear. It's like you and me right now. The cameras are all super clear and everything. And then they got the suspect and then they go and arrest him, right? Crimes, they don't solve crimes like that. CSI, right? They quickly know who did it. By the way, when they go and they take this DNA and they go do all of this stuff, this DNA takes time. It takes 4 or 5 people in the lab to run the test, and they don't do it all the time. They do it in batches. It takes days and months. It depends on how backed up the lab is for them to get an analysis of a person. It doesn't happen overnight. That's right. That's why the Idaho unalivings that happened in Brian Koberger and they found the DNA on the knife, it took them a while to figure out who that was because it takes a while to do that. It doesn't just happen overnight, people. I think Patrick is socially awkward. The most people that work for Microsoft. Lindsay is a Leo. Leos can't commit murder. Hi, I missed. Have they come back this morning after a sudden stop? Nope, they're done for the day. What'd you miss? I think I told you. I hope that you got it. So what did they charge her with? Did they say you missed it? Murder 1, murder 2. Her wounds were proved to be self-inflicted. Yep. Was the lemonade cocktail test and submitted? I'm not sure what you're getting at that. Can't read your mind. So we got more support than 99% of the world. She took responsibility for the tragedy because she was a good mother. There is no blood outside of the bedroom door. Was there? Pepper. If you continue to ask this question, I can't help you. They had cameras. They weren't on that day, right? Well, I think the reason why they didn't have cameras is because she wasn't working anymore, right? So they didn't need the nanny cam anymore. Patrick is a Gemini. That's the case. You solved it. That's it. I already went over that. She is guilty. Lindsay takes her out of control. Doulas should be offered by OBGYN and covered more by insurance. How long before going to the doctor was she having intrusive thoughts? Did she tell them that? She hesitated. They stated that is why they were going to say. Lack of proper investigation. How is a trial legitimate justice? Well, is it Ma'am App 203? Welcome to Massachusetts. Welcome to Massachusetts, where even if they investigated and they have bias in that case, they still bring you to trial. Karen Reed, trial 1 and 2. Go watch it. Lindsay never mentioned voices until after the M. Why would the clergy lie? That is my point as well. And I don't mean to be, I don't mean to malign her in any way, but if she's a clergy person and she's lying, does she have to ask for forgiveness because she lied? Just saying. She was having intrusive thoughts, not hearing voices. She heard one voice one time. She was withholding from the mandatory reporters. What could possibly that voice said would have happened if she didn't do it? That's worse than this. Nope, they're not going to call Patrick. Patrick, no be calling. So get that out of your minds, everybody. Patrick's not coming back. How do I know that? Reddington just said he's only calling Dr. Resnick, and then tomorrow the prosecution gets their 3K. There are 3 people. No Patrick, no more. Yeah, FBI. Yeah, FBI on CBS series. Yes, that's the one I was talking about. They all, family, friends, husband, and Lindsay all failed them children. They're all guilty to me. The witness said that Lindsay said she was happy her kids were safe. Yep. What was the motive to do that? To show that she was talking and thinking about her children. My mom never apologized for what she did in psychosis. They think their actions were right. We need a talk screen. I don't know what that means. Sorry, if you already said this. What happens if it's a hung jury? All right, 3 long amigos. Great question. I did answer it, but I'll be happy to answer it again. All right, so the jury goes back to deliberate, right? There are 12 jurors that are going to deliberate. Right now, there are 18. I said I don't know what they're going to do with the jurors. So they're going to pick 6. They're going to pick 6 jurors, and those 6 jurors are going to be the alternates. I don't know if the judge is going to hold on to them or if he's going to excuse them. We'll find out. Some judges hold them, some judges let them go. The 12 jurors then get to go into the jury room to deliberate after the closing arguments and after the jury instructions. It's going to be a long day. If it happens on Monday or Tuesday, my guess is that it's going to go for most of the morning. They're probably going to have a little bit of lunch, and then the jury is going to get the case. Just FYI, in my thoughts and opinions and experience in watching other trials. Okay? The juries go and deliberate. If at any point in time there's a hung jury, that means even just one out of the 12 people say, no, I don't agree with whichever way you're going to go. They're going to come back to the judge and they're going to say, Judge, we don't agree. The judge is going to say, oh, he's going to read them something. Okay. It's standard practice. He's going to say, well, first he's going to say, I think you guys need more time. You've only deliberated for this amount of time. Go back. So they're going to go back. Then they can come back and they can come back to the judge and they could say, Judge, we went back for, a couple of hours more. We're still hung. Then he's going to read them what's called a curative instruction. It is the letter of the law. He's going to read them an instruction and say, well, I know that you're hung. I know that this and that, but you need to consider blah, 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 blah. He's going to read them the law. You got to go back. So they're going to go back. And this is standard practice. Not the first time, but the second time they go. Then the third time, if they go back the third time and they say, nope, Judge, we're hung, then the judge will typically call it. If it's a hung jury, that means that they cannot make a decision. And then that means it's a mistrial. What goes back from there? Well, then the prosecution can decide to whether or not to try her again. And then they can try her on the lesser included, or they can try for murder again. Remember, the Commonwealth gets to decide what they want to charge her with. It's their case. If that is done and said, then if they can also do a plea bargain. They can also plead with her because they don't want to bring the case, but they know that she's criminally responsible and they're just going to give up and they're going to say, okay, here's what we plead to, and the prosecution and the defense can go on an agreement. I hope that answers your question. It is a very, very long and complicated question, but I wanted to be thorough. I don't understand how some people find her loving after saying, I resent Cora and Dawson. Jill, thanks for the follow. Excuse me. I have the hiccups. You think Reddington seems stronger during the cross than he did during his defense? Yes. I wish we could see the cross Reddington on his defense witnesses. I know he was a little bit gentle, but I need the aggressive boom, 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 hit these points. Or if you don't in the beginning and you're just kind of going through it and asking the questions, in the end, he did it in the end with Zeisel. He hit the points with Zeisel. I appreciated that wholeheartedly. I hope he does that with Resnick. There's going to be some back and forth, but I hope he hits those points because that's what the jury needs to know. They're bored by now. I got to tell you, they're like, this has to be over. Especially with all these stops and starts and then being let go today. I bet you they're like, oh my gosh, I drove here. I had to fight the traffic to get here. And then you let me go. I'm sure they're just like, you've got to be kidding me. All right. Hi, everybody who's over on YouTube. Either hung or insanity is what you think. You think it's going to be a hung jury. You think regardless of the last witness, it's obvious that Lindsay was not in her right mind during the unalivings. Maybe she takes responsibility for the event because she didn't protect the kids. Oh, them some strong feelings, my YouTubers. Do you think that he will be put on trial? If you're talking about Patrick, no. There has to be some strict evidence that Patrick did it. And so far I haven't seen anything. There have been so many breaks and sidebars, etc. Yeah, the jury has got to be like out of, they're like, when is this going to end? They both seem to be better in cross than their own witnesses. Absolutely. But that's how it goes. That's how it goes. Oh, Three Amigos answered your question. Great. All right. Thank you for following me. Okay, I don't know which one. The fact that Lindsay chose these words is interesting. Words matter. I told you, words matter. Context matters, right? All right, love Lullabies. There are 256 of you in here. Why do they start with so many jurors if only 12 get decided? Amanda, that's a great question, because if by chance one of them gets yeeted, then one of them gets put into the of the 12. So they wanted to have 18. Normally they only do 16, but they wanted 18 in case something happens, because this is a huge expense on the part of the Commonwealth, and also time, money, effort, etc. They worked really hard to get this to trial. They've stopped and started several different times. And if something happens to one of the if any of the 18 currently right now go away or do something, you never know. There might be a death in the family. Somebody might get sick. There might be an accident that happens. You never know what's going to happen. So it's best to have more than less, because if at the end and people are yeeted off for one reason or the other, and they don't have 12, then they can't, there's no jury. There's no jury, right? There's no deliberations. That stops. Believe it or not, it stops. You're singing out loud like we were talking about yesterday. What are you singing? What are you singing? What did I say that made you sing? What song is in your head? What song is in your head? In your head. So I hope, Amanda, I answered your question, because they need 12. You need 12 people to deliberate. Are they on a break? Nope, they're done for the day. You haven't been able to see the live streams. Courtney, they only had one witness this morning. Then they yeeted everybody. Then they were talking, and then it's over with for the day. That's it. Okay, Dr. Resnick. I just read you who Dr. Resnick is. I'll tell you guys in just a second who is Dr. Resnick. Good question. Hold on. Where did I go? Hold on. I have like 16 tabs open, you guys. My mind is all over the place. It is bonkers today. All right, hold on. Hold on. Everybody, hold on. Where's Dr. Resnick? I want to read you precisely who Dr. Resnick is. He is a forensic psychologist, I can tell you that. He was in the Andrea Yates case. If you don't know the Andrea Yates case, go look that up. She had something very similar to Lindsay Clancy, except for she had more children. I believe it was 5 children, if I'm not mistaken. And oh goodness, where is it? Hold on. I want to tell you exactly what's going on. I might have gotten rid of it. Hold on. I want to see if I can find it. Give me 1 second. 1 second, please. All right. I'm not finding it, but I can find it again. Okay. So I hope Dr. Resnick doesn't do a rehash of a rehash of a rehash, okay? So Dr. Philip Resnick is a world-renowned forensic psychiatrist. He testified in the 2006 retrial of Andrea Yates. And so what is he going to testify in Lindsay Clancy's case? So first of all, he's going to say that she was diagnosed as postpartum. She had postpartum psychosis with bipolar 1. And that he's going to argue that these severe psychiatric conditions completely shattered her connection to reality. Remember, the defense is saying she wasn't in her right mind when she committed the unalivings, and so therefore sent her to the mental hospital. They're going to talk about the waxing and waning psychosis. Dr. Zeisel talked about that as well. And then they're also going to talk about the command hallucinations. Dr. Zeisel also talked about that as well. And this is the big part, drum roll. her inability to appreciate wrongfulness. That is the legal definition that is going to be stated when the jury gets the case. They're arguing that under Massachusetts legal insanity standards, Dr. Resnick will explicitly state that due to her intense mental defect, that she was utterly, that word probably may not go in there, she was unable to appreciate the wrongfulness of her actions or conform her behavior to the requirements of the law at the time of the tragedy. So, i.e., she wasn't criminally responsible when she took the lives of her children. That is the legal wranglings. So I hope you got that. Hope you got that. All right, what are you guys saying over here? Maybe she takes responsibility for the event. Okay. If she isn't guilty, do we try to find the killer? Stephanie, I think they're still trying to find the killer in the John O'Keefe case. If you know, you know. No, you guys, if she's found not guilty, then she goes to the mental hospital. Okay? I hope that makes that sense. You didn't watch Day You're Lost. I hope I answered that question for you. No verdict yet? No, they haven't. The case isn't over. You guys, the case isn't over yet. The defense has one more witness tomorrow. The prosecution has 3 more. The case will probably go to the jury on Tuesday. It hasn't even presented to the jury yet. But she never has had a diagnosis until after that, That's your argument. Okay, thank you. Did we find out why the sudden stop yesterday? Yes, because in my opinion, the person who testified this morning had childcare problems yesterday, so she couldn't testify. And then the defense didn't have anybody else. So, yes, they're done for the day. So there was one person who testified this morning, and then the court just said, we're done, and that's it. And then they came back, they talked about what they're charging her with, they talked about the jury instructions, and then they're done for the day. It's done. And then they'll be back tomorrow. There are 4 witnesses tomorrow. So it's not over yet, people. You're going to have to play it all back to see what you missed. Well, Phoenix of Eden. Guess what? You can go to my YouTube page, same channel name, Legalese123. I'm still live over there right now, just like I'm live over here. You can go under my live and go look, and you can zoom backwards and forwards, and you can see it was a big nothing burger this morning. A big bite of nothing. So you can go watch that. It really was only maybe a half an hour, everybody, half an hour. But the judge and the prosecutor and the defendant came out. Nobody was there, and they talked about the charges, which I think that's my things. That's what I like. And I went over all of that, so you guys get to watch. You didn't watch yesterday either. You got some catching up to do, girlfriend. You got some catching up to do. So tomorrow is going to be a big day as well. Why? Because Miss Rivera says, Liz, she requested you on TikTok. I don't know what that means, but Liz, you're being requested. Tomorrow is going to be big because Dr. Resnick is going to testify, and then we don't know who the 3 doctors are going to be for the prosecution. I hope one of them is going to testify to how Lindsay got her injuries as she fell out of the window. Do you think the chaplain helped or hurt her case? Oh, it wasn't good. It wasn't good. I'm sorry. In my mind, all I can think about is the exercise bands. The prosecutor hit a good point. That's all I can think about. And think about that's the last thing the jury heard, right? So that's what they're probably thinking about. Do I go live every day? What time? Yes, I do. Tomorrow I'll be live at 8:30 a.m. just like normal. And this Saturday, mark your calendars, everybody. This Saturday, 3 p.m. Central Time, we are going to go over other cases. I know, but we're still in Lindsay Clancy. I know. But once Lindsay Clancy is done, you're going to be like, oh my gosh, what's next? because you follow me, we're going to bring you the next case and the next case and the next case. So you guys are going to learn all about the law, because we're not only just going to we're not going to jump from trial to trial. Some of my content is going to be trials. Some of my content is going to be what happens before the case gets to trial, because all of the tea and everything before you go to trial are the motions and the pre-trial hearings and all of the wranglings they do before it goes to trial. You guys know it's not just, oh, we charge you with M and then you go to trial. No, that doesn't happen. So we're going to tell you all about what happens before they get to trial. And then we sit there and we watch the trial. And because you know, and I know the tea, we know what's going to happen. And then we can be like, what's going to come into trial? What evidence is going to come in? And then you're all going to be lawyers at the end. Lemon Drop, thank you so much for the gift. I appreciate you. If you guys are just joining me, everybody hit that like button. Let's see if we can get to 100K. Everybody hit the like button. I need a song for that. Let's go. Who can tap the fastest? Let's go. Let's see if we can get to 100,000 likes today. That would be very, very nice. I appreciate everybody. And if you would like to give me a gift, that my gifts are open. I need new notebooks. I'm almost done. I bet you I'll be out before this trial ends. You're a lesbian, but you would kiss Kevin. His wife might have something to say about that. When she woke up, did she ask for her attorney? I think it was testified to that she asked for an attorney. You're not a mod on this account, so you don't join as much. Okay. Be very interesting to see what is said tomorrow before judgment. Well, we still have to wait for closing arguments and the judge's instructions. That would probably be on Tuesday. The chaplain saying Elle was relieved her kids were safe is what stuck with me. Red flag for psychosis. Oh, that's a good thought. They framed it like she chose the bands. It was Spalding Rehab. She does what they tell her. Exactly. I know. But Reddington could have cleared that up, right? He didn't. He let it sit there. And he's let it sit there and linger. What are you going to do to that? Oh, this is Liz on my other account. Oh. Liz, do I need to add you as the moderator on this account? Were you blocked on the other one? Liz, tell me what's going on, girlfriend. Oh, you're just following Miss Rivera. Do you need to do I need to add you as a moderator on that? You also follow me in here. Well, thanks for the second follow. All right. Liz, send me a message if you here. I'm just gonna do it anyways. Hang on. I gotta go a different way. Okay. All right. There you go. All right. I hope that's good. I added you, girlfriend. She's a double mod. Oh, is she modding for something else? Are you somewhere else? Are you... Liz, are you on somebody else's TikTok moderating? It's not just mine. I'm just joking. I know that you're for Mary's as well. Is Mary live right now? Today's Thursday. So yeah, is she live right now? Maybe I'll hop over there. Mary's is the wild, wild west over there. I don't know how you get on that one. That one is just so bananas. All right, do you guys have any more questions for me? Otherwise, I'm going to tell you guys what we're going to cover next. So thank you for joining me. If you don't know who I am, my name is Missy K. I bring you legal cases, not just Lindsay Clancy. Buckle up, law lovies. That's what I call you, because we have a whole bunch more. We have a whole bunch more, a whole bunch more, a whole bunch more. What are we going to cover? I'm going to tell you really quickly. All right. So this Saturday at 3 p.m. Central, I'm going to go live. We're going to do a recap of some of the other trials that I'm covering. What are we covering? We're going to go back to Alex Murdaugh. As you know, Alex Murdaugh is being charged with unaliving his wife and his son at Moselle, their property. He was already tried once. He got his case appealed and overturned. Why? Because the courthouse Becky, was talking to the jurors in the times that he was going to testify and other places, etc. And that is inappropriate. You're not supposed to do that. That calls for a mistrial, right? Mistrial wasn't called in the case. He got convicted. He went up on appeal. It's overturned. He gets a new trial. So there's some wrangling going on. There's some legal wranglings there. What do I mean by that? They want to change a venue. They're talking about some new evidence, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. They're having what's called pre-trial hearings right now, as well as motions. We're going to talk about that on Saturday, so tune in and join me. We're also going to talk about the Fraser Bohm case. That one is getting ready to go to trial. That's going to be our next trial, everybody. Fraser Bohm is going to be our next trial. Who's Fraser Bohm? Again, when we get to that on Saturday, I'm going to give you I'm going to tell you the who, what, where, when, how, and why. That means I'm going to show you the pictures. I'm going to show you the scene. When we go through some of these pre-trial things, we hear the wranglings of what it's going to be before it gets to trial, and then we see if the evidence is going to come in. Fraser Bohm currently right now on the 24th of August, he has that's the deadline to file motions. The motions are what the prosecution has as evidence against you. The defense says this shouldn't come in, this should come in, that should come in. So they're fighting back and forth. Alan Jackson is Fraser Bohm's attorney. He was the high-profile attorney in Karen Reed's trial 1 and 2 and some of her civil cases. If you know, you know. So on the 24th, all of the motions are due. I'm going to see if I can get some of those motions because the motions are they're fire. Also, he has a pre-trial hearing on September the 2nd. If they do it live, we'll go and look at it. If not, sometimes they do it afterwards, after the fact, they post it. So we'll go and look at that as well. But his trial is due to start on September 8th. That is our next trial. So I'll give you all of the ins and outs on Fraser Bohm. To give you a little bit about it, Fraser Bohm is being accused of unaliving 4 Pepperdine female students. He was allegedly going 105 miles an hour down the Pacific Coast Highway in California in his rich, fancy car. And he miscalculated and took the curve a little too fast and hit some parked cars and unalived the 4 girls. He's being charged with capital M, with the big M. And remember, he's a rich, fancy kid. Will he get off? Will Alan Jackson get him off on this? They've already had 2 motions to dismiss. I actually covered it. If you want to go to my YouTube channel and go through that, you can go look at Fraser Bohm. Or you can go to my TikTok. I think you can type in Fraser Bohm and see what I did. It's FraserBohm. And if you need to know a little bit more about that, you can go to my Facebook page. Make sure to like and follow. And it's pinned in my comments as to sort of what his status is. So that is going to be our next case that we're going to get into. But what's going to happen between now and then? So Lindsay Clancy is going to wrap up. We're going to do some case catch-ups and some other things. I've got some other big things coming up as well. So hold on. Corey Richins. Corey Richins was the mother who wrote a book about unaliving her husband. And she was found guilty of giving him 5 times the dose of fentanyl in his Moscow Mule or lemon drop. She was found guilty earlier this year, but the defense in her case are saying the judge was big meanies to them. They filed an appeal to have her case thrown out and to have a new trial. That's a legal wrangling because the judge said, well, if you think that I was biased towards you, then I can't hear this appeal because it goes to him. So they had another judge read the appeal, and then that judge says, nope, it's coming back to you, Judge M. Judge M gets to hear that. Plus, the prosecution needs to respond. So the prosecution gets to respond to that by the 26th of August. And let me tell you, it's going to be fire. The motions are where the lawyers go back at each other, and in written form, it's going to be great. It's like reading a book. So I'm going to bring that to you as soon as we have that one. That one's going to be great. Then, if you don't know, in Lindsay Clancy's civil case, Rosemary Scapiccio is a high Boston defense attorney. She is representing Lindsay Clancy in the civil case. She is also representing two other defendants in Massachusetts, Sean Johnson and Miles King. If you know about Michael Proctor in the Karen Reed case, as you know, Michael Proctor was investigating Karen Reed. It's been concluded that he was biased towards her. And you guys said to me, how can these trials go through if they didn't do a thorough investigation? Karen Reed trial 1 and 2. Go watch it. You're gonna go down a rabbit hole. What's going on with that? Since he was biased in the Karen Reed case, Rosemary Scapiccio said, I wonder if you were biased in any other cases that are pending before this court. Guess what? He was. So if you want to get a preview of that, go to my page, my YouTube page, look for Miles King, MYLESKING. You will see I went over the last motion. Rosemary Scapiccio has filed 2 motions to dismiss in the Miles King case because of Michael Proctor and his text messages. Missy, what does that mean? Michael Proctor had a work phone and a personal phone. In his work phone, he was texting his buddies all about the Karen Reed case. That is why he was biased about the case within hours of the unaliving happening. He texted them about the stuff that he was investigating in the case. If you are an unbiased investigator, you're not texting your buddies from 8th grade about the case. He was also talking about Karen Reed, talked about her medical conditions. You're not supposed to be talking about that in an active, open investigation. And one of the things that they said is, is the homeowner, because John O'Keefe was found on the lawn of a homeowner. And one of the guys said, is the homeowner going to get SH blah, 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 blah for having this dead body on his lawn? And Michael Proctor wrote, nah, he's a Boston police officer too. So Rosemary Scapiccio was like, if he was biased in the Karen Reed case, then he was biased in the Miles King case. So the FBI, the feds, were investigating something in the Karen Reed case and got a hold of Michael Proctor's text messages, gave them to the prosecution and the defense, and they're like, you need to read this because this is bananas. So then they realized that Michael Proctor was also using his personal phone for business purposes. And when you use your business phone, those things are discoverable. So what did they do? The defense in the Miles King case, as well as a whole bunch of other cases, said, I want it. Hand it over. I am legally, that's exculpatory evidence. We're entitled to it. Hand it over. And what did Michael Proctor said? Oh, they don't exist anymore. I don't have them. You know what? They were on the cloud. They were on the cloud from 2013. They got all of his messages. And when they did, it is disgusting. Go to my YouTube page, look at Miles King, motion to dismiss, the last one that Rosemary Scapiccio did. You're going to be so disgusted. He not only disparaged women, talking about their body parts, talking about what he would do to them, raping women, talking about African-American people, super racist, talked about, he was not He did not discriminate against discrimination. What do I mean by that? Everybody was fair game. Women, Asians, African American people, anything and everything you can think about. Jewish people. Oh my goodness, he disparaged. Well, he and another Canton police officer, Sean Good. I digress. But those were the investigators who were investigating Karen Reed's case. Yes. So how does it go to trial? Great question. They not only tried her once, they tried her twice. It's disgusting. It's disgusting. So go look at that because that is what's at stake. So Rosemary Scapicchio says Michael Proctor was biased against her client, so he needs to be set free, right? And this is what I talk about. What's called the bad guy effect. That means someone did it. They should go to jail for doing it. But because of something else, like Michael Proctor and being biased, could this person get off of a technicality? Now, don't worry. Miles King is a bad guy. He's done some other bad things, like he was modifying pew-pews. So in a magazine, it holds, let's say, six of the projectiles. He modified it to say 24. I'm being facetious. And the feds are investigating him, and the feds picked him up. So he is under federal custody right now. So don't worry, Miles King pretty much blew it. Rosemary Scapicchio might have gotten him off on this other case, but then again, he's a bad guy and cannot stop doing bad things, and so the feds have him. He's in federal custody right now, so don't worry about it, all right? So that is going to be fire. So, okay. Rosemary Scapicchio on the 27th of August, and if we can bring this to you, we totally will. If we can't bring it to you on Friday live, we will bring it to you at some point in time. So watch your spaces. This is next Friday, the 27th. It depends on how Lindsay Clancy goes. I mean, obviously, if there's a verdict in the Lindsay Clancy case, we're going to have to leave and go to the Lindsay Clancy case, right? But if not, and we can bring this to you live, you're going to see a Rosemary Scapicchio in action, but unprecedented, unheard of. She is going to have Adam Lawley. Adam Lawley is the assistant district attorney on the Karen Reed case. She's going to have him on the stand, and she's going to barbecue him to here to next Sunday. So you get to see her in action, live, in court. And just think, if you think she's fire in this case, wait till she gets her hands on the civil case. Just saying. So you're going to get a preview of Rosemary Scapicchio. So stay tuned for that. All right. Then another trial that we're going to look into is the Raul Valet case. Raul Valet case, he is charged with unaliving. I forget the gentleman's name, so don't come for me. He was already tried once. That was called like the Preppy M case. It was out of Connecticut. Why is it a Preppy M case? Because there was two rival schools. So there is your public school versus the Preppy school. Raul and his friends were at a party at a girl's house. And two of the Preppy kids, because they all live in the same neighborhood, two of the Preppy kids came over and a fight ensued there. And Raul and his friends are like, "You get out of here." And they're like, "No, we're not going to get out of here." But they beat him up and they left. The Preppy kids are like, "You beat us up and you took our beer." They did. They took their beer. And so they started egging the other guys on Facebook. So they're like, show up. Because the Preppy guys went to another party at the Preppy guys' house where there were like 30 or 40 boys. There were no parents there. And there was lots of alcohol. So come on over and show up and whatever. So they're like, "Yeah, man, we're going to do it." So they come over. Some stuff ensues. Could Raul and his friends left? Yes, because they were in their car, but then they got egged on again. So Raul and his friends get out. The 30, 40 guys jump them, of course, right? So they're all fisticuffs and whatever. I believe, I'm not 100% sure. I have to go back and look at some of the facts in this case. Raul goes back to the car, or somehow or another, a knife appears, right? A knife appears. He A couple of people, I want to say 4 to 5 people. Some had some severe injuries, but one person was unalived in this brawl. He was already charged once for M. He was acquitted of those charges. That means they found him not guilty. He had some lesser includeds, like voluntary manslaughter, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And they had a hung jury on that. So the prosecution in that case said, we're going to try you again on the lesser included. And so they are. He's got a new attorney. And so we're going to see how that is all going to play out. And then, as you may know, I started covering the David Burke case. As you know, David Burke is the African-American singer. He was out of Texas. Now he's in California. He's had some big hits. He's a singer, obviously. He was having an inappropriate relationship with Celeste Rivas Hernandez. If you don't think that's so, it's so. She was 13, 14 years old. Somehow or another, she's in California with him. I don't know the particulars on that. This is the one where that she was found in his Tesla. First, it was dumped on Canyon Road somewhere in California, and then it was sent to a tow yard. In the tow yard, people are like, something doesn't smell good here. And then they realized, whammo shablamo, there she is. He had what's called a probable cause hearing. What does that mean? That means the prosecution lays out their case and says, we have him on financial crimes. We have him on video, going to the stores and picking up things, supplies. We have the receipts for the supplies that he picked up because her body was put in pieces in the car. We have him picking up the supplies. We have text messages just between him and her. She was pregnant. Then she wasn't pregnant. She got rid of the baby. And how did that all happen? And she wasn't happy with that. So they stated all the evidence that they have against her. And each state has different rules of how you present things. So the judge said, yep, you guys have enough evidence to hold him over. So he's going to be rearraigned on the 31st of this month. He has a rearraignment hearing. That means he's going to go in front of the judge. The prosecution's going to say, these are the charges against him, and they're going to hold him over for trial. And then they're going to decide whether or not he can be out on bond or whether he's going to be in custody. He's still currently in custody right now. I don't think that he's going to get a bond, but stranger things have happened. So that's just the month of August. So we got to get to the end of August, and then I'm going to make another list of all of the things that I'm covering. So yes, I will be live here every day. So watch your spaces, etc. I try to on TikTok. I state when I'm going to be live, and I put it on my stories. I hope that you see that. But also, if you're not and you go onto YouTube, I will also be streaming on YouTube as well, live. And you can go to my, first of all, if you go over there and you subscribe and you turn your notifications on, you'll see, oh, Missy's going to be live. You can also go to my live page, and there's I'll have a picture of what I'm talking about, and then it'll have the date and the time that I'm going to be live, etc. And you can sit in that. It's like a waiting room. You can sit in there until I come on live. And there's a chat over there as well. So I hope that lets you guys know that I'm going to be anywhere and everywhere you guys want to be. All right. Let's see if you guys have any more questions and stuff. And then I think we'll be done for the day. I have some things that I need to do, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So there's nothing over on YouTube. And if you're over on YouTube, make sure you like and subscribe, share. Any chance we can get a sidebar? Is her attorney saying she's guilty as well, not just premeditated? I'm not sure what you're talking about because I was talking about other cases. Are you talking about other cases or are you talking about Lindsay Clancy? I don't know what you mean by MC is getting cleaned up. I don't know what that means. Ashley, you're in a different time zone today. Did you miss a lot today? No, you didn't. Yes, thank you. We made it to 100K today. I'm very happy. Thank you so much. But tomorrow, we need to get to 200K. Court's over for today. Do you have previous days of the trial on your YouTube? Yes, Kimberly, I've done all of the days since day one. Actually, there's actually a pretrial hearing date on there as well. But I have it all written down. So you just go, or you can type in, I have a playlist, Lindsay Clancy playlist. You can go and see. Obviously, the longer streams, it tells you what the hours are. The longer ones are that we were in court. The shorter ones are of me just talking about something. And just remember, you can go forwards and backwards if you don't want to hear what I have to say. And you can also put it on a faster speed. How do you do that? In YouTube, down at the right-hand corner, when you click on it, it says, there's like a little like circle. It's like a toolbar. You click on that and you go kind of scroll up to scroll down, and you can change the playback speed. And if you go to like 1.25 or 1.50, it goes by much faster. So you'll get through it in no time. Let's do a deliberation as a group and come up with this with the verdict. Well, we'll do that, Miss Rivera, but I can't do that right now for me because all the evidence isn't in. So this is what I plan to do. So once the jury is out, this is what I'm going to do on my channel. Other people do differently, what have you. So immediately, once the jury gets it, we're going to put a poll. We're going to put a poll of guilty, not guilty. Is she going to the mental institution or is she going to go to prison? That's what we're deciding. Nothing about Patrick, nothing. Those are the two choices. And then I'm going to present to you my thoughts and feelings on the case, and I'm going to give you my pros and cons, and we will cuss and discuss. So that's what we're going to do while the jury is waiting, while we're waiting for a verdict, and we're going to be on verdict watch. So join me as we go on verdict watch. Now, while we're on verdict watch, I might do some of these other cases, etc. So just to kind of fill in some times, etc., because otherwise we'll sit here and talk all day about how Patrick didn't get handcuffed and he's not in jail, right? Defense has one witness, Commonwealth has 3 witnesses. Right, exactly. So, caps are only for the mods. Waffles and pancakes. Thank you. Yes. Justice for Lindsay and her babies. Let's see. Some of you had already asked some questions. You didn't miss a lot today. There was only, so I'm live still on YouTube right now. You can actually go on there right now and go all the way back. There was only 1 witness today. You didn't miss much. Yes, court's over for the day. I do have the previous days on my YT channel, same channel name, Legalese123. And also go find me on Facebook because I post a lot of stuff over there. You don't know if you can handle Alan Jackson again, but you do enjoy my channel. Well, Cynthia, guess what? Alan Jackson, just remember, as he might be different for each and every one of his clients, right? He's in a different courtroom. He's got a different judge. Is he going to be the same or different? You were busy. I think I gave you guys a rundown. Did I choose a side? Not yet. Nope. Not until the case is done. You won't hear from me about my thoughts and opinions until either Monday or Tuesday. And I'm going to spell it out for you. Those are the only lives I join because I don't get rage baited. Well, just remember, if you're in my chat and you get rage baited, oh, that's you, Liz. If you get rage baited in my chat, just remember you don't have to engage with those people, right? You don't have to engage. You don't have to get engaged. You don't have to engage. All right. Because what? Who's doing death teas? Miss Rivera, who's getting death teas? Oh my goodness. I want to know the tea on that. Am I watching the Microsoft K trial? I don't think so. In Florida. No, Liz, I'm not. I'm live streaming Lindsay Clancy. How can I watch something else, right? No, I don't know anything about the Microsoft one. Oh, is that the one where the guy in the garage Am I right? I don't know about that one. Okay, let's see. What did you say? Is Spinelli going up? No, she's not. Tomorrow is Dr. Resnick and then 3 rebuttal witnesses from the prosecution. I don't know who that is. People in LA who want to support Lindsay. People were wanting to hold a rally in support of Lindsay, but canceled because of, oh. You think there's a thing. Why not? Why not Spinelli? I don't know. I'm not the defense. I don't know what Spinelli has to offer. I don't know anything about her. Oh, M for hire. Ooh. Ooh. All right, hang on. We're going to Google that. Hold on. Side quest. Side quest, everybody. Time out. Side quest. Side quest. Liz got me a side quest. All right. Mario Fernandez Saladana is being accused of orchestrating the 2022 ambush and M for hire of the Microsoft designer Jared Brigadin and is currently underway in Duval County in Florida. Jared, who is a 33-year-old Microsoft manager, was pew-pewed in Jacksonville Beach in February of 2022. Brigadin stopped to move a tire left blocking a dark road while his, oh my gosh, Liz, I don't like you anymore. His 2-year-old daughter was in the car. Prosecutors cite a bitter multi-year custody dispute between Brigadin and his ex-wife over their 2 children, specifically, hello words, regarding school, Medicare, medical care, and religion. Liz, you're going to be banned. I'm just joking. No, I'm not covering that one. I barely wanted to cover this one. You guys, when there's children involved, it really bothers me. It really bothers me. As a mother, right? You think about the choices and the actions that you make every day. And again, this is where I'm teeter-totter when it comes to Lindsay Clancy. You know, okay, you haven't watched it either. All right. No, it's interesting. It's definitely very interesting. Hi Megan, happy you're back. Yeah, I love a little side quests. Oh, you guys. This case is very heavy on me. Very, very heavy, especially Callan, right? Because Callan was 8 months old, right? When this happened. And that really, really, really sits deeply with me. You know, sadly, you're like, who in their right mind would do something like this? There has to be some rhyme or reason why somebody unalived their 3 children in the manner with which Lindsay did. It's hard for me, here's what I'm struggling with. I'm struggling with the fact that she not only did it once, she did it twice, she did it 3 times, right? I'm struggling with the fact that if at any point in time she felt it, plus also I read the civil case. I wish I didn't read the civil case. Oh, thank you, Liz. Thank you for the suggestion. I appreciate that. I'm just kidding with you. I'm struggling with the fact that if she, yeah, only cats. That's kind of like the thing. So, Rue, Andrea Yates. I thought Andrea Yates, I thought her method was she do it in the bathtub. And there were 5 of them. 5 of them, right? Andrea Yates, 5 children, 1 at a time in the bathtub, right? Can you, that just gets me. It gets me. It really, really gets me. the fact that if she really thought that, so let's set aside the civil case, because the civil case, parts of the civil case came in, but not that one part that I'm referring to. And if you know, you know. And if you haven't read the civil case and you want to, it's pinned on my Facebook page. You can go read it. I'm not going to read it again. Maybe when we go through, when the jury has the case, we'll go over it again. If she felt that she didn't want to be alone, if she felt that she was going to do something, then why not get help? Why not tell somebody, right? Because in the end, 3 children are no longer with us, you know? Liz, one at a time. Well, we'll see what when we have verdict watch, I'm going to have to fill some time with some things. So maybe we'll go back over there. But I mean, appreciate it, Liz. Thank you so much. So I'm on the fence. I'm teeter-tottering in the end with all of this. My mind says, who in their right mind would do this? There has to be a reason why she did this. So my mind goes to, she was taking her meds, and these meds were messing with her. And so therefore she wasn't in her right mind. And so therefore she should go to the mental hospital. But the other part of me says that in the moment she was sane. She not only did it once, she did it twice, she did it 3 times. And then in some sort of side quest of her efforts, then she tried to go do it to herself and she wasn't successful. How was she successful there, but she wasn't successful over here? That's what that's what I'm grappling with. Then also the fact that she did not say she wasn't honest with her providers. She wasn't honest with her providers by stating exactly what she was feeling, etc. And I feel that the providers were doing her best with her. She kept double thinking what they were doing. She kept questioning their methods and their motive as to the prescriptions that she had every day. You guys, that's the other thing that we're going to do during the verdict watches. I'm going to share my timeline with you. There was a day that every day with Tufts, she would meet with Tufts. They would talk about a plan. The next day, she would send her a message. They'd be like, okay, this is the plan. And then she would ask about 50 gazillion questions and not do the plan. She was either not taking the medications, she wasn't taking enough of the medications, she wasn't letting the medications work, but then she kept questioning Tufts and Gelada, especially Gelada. Gelada is the big one that she kept going back and questioning Gelada's thought process. And then Gelada was like, okay, well, maybe we should try this. Okay, maybe we should try this. Maybe we should try this. And every day, pretty much, her medications changed. Every day. When you see it, you guys are going to, it's going to blow your mind when you see it. And even Patrick questioning, should she be off these meds? Should she not be off these meds? You guys went to the doctors to trust the process. This is what you chose to do. You chose to go to them to get help. And you're questioning the help that you've been given. So this is what I'm grappling with. This is me. This is my opinion. This is what I'm grappling with. The civil case is something of its own. They have to prove different things in the civil case than they do in the criminal case. So once we get done and we get to the civil case, we'll give you all of the legal law that they have to go through that's different than the criminal case. So that's what I'm grappling with. But again, I have doubts. And so when you have doubts, then you're supposed to not believe what the prosecution has to say, and you're supposed to go for the not guilty via insanity. So that's what I'm grappling with. So the other thing too is that me personally, I've not suffered any psychosis. I've not ever been on these medications. So I don't have that personal knowledge. Now you guys on here have alerted me to that people, you know, some people do well on these medications. Some people don't do well on these medications. So that is, well, I mean, you can understand why she wanted to switch up, but it was on a daily basis. It was on a daily basis. And I do think that one of the most important things is that she didn't want to be hooked on benzos, but the benzos were working for her. Right? Because she wanted to sleep at night, but then when she would wake up during the day, she wasn't who she was. And that's when I think it was Tufts who said, you need a mood stabilizer in there. And then I think she only like took the mood stabilizer a little bit, and then that went away. So, right. She didn't want any side effects. She had sudden withdrawal symptoms. She wanted a magic pill. Nope, no more court today. They were Jen, they were there earlier today and then they went away. She wanted a medication to make her feel better. Yeah, SSRIs numb you out. That's the point. I think she loved the thought of being a mother, but being a mother is not what she liked. You've been listening to other streamers, and honestly, I'm one of the nicest ones you've seen. Oh, thank you. Yeah, thank you. Like and follow, please. Also, I do more things than just other streamers do. You can go to my Facebook page and you guys can see I post all of the evidence that's in the case. You can go look and see. I also post motions and things that are on there. Thank you. Listen, I'm just trying to, so I'm going to give you a little bit about my background. My background is in journalism, public relations, a little bit of law. I wanted to become a lawyer. I chose family instead. I have 3 wonderful children and a loving husband. Their education's more important than my education right now because they're in college. So we're paying for their education. And I have a Facebook page and a YouTube page. Same channel name, Legalese123. I think it's a little late for me in life to go back to law school. I know it's never too late. It's okay. If I did go back, then I would have to go. I think it would be a great criminal defense attorney, but then, you know, these cases like these, I don't want to do it. It doesn't make sense. I'd rather sit here behind a screen and give my conjecture and be sassy and tell my opinions than have to go defend someone. So that's why I'm here. And you guys have found me, and welcome. You can learn so much online. And I can't do the lying part. Exactly. So, yes, I've been doing this for over a year now. If you go onto my YouTube page, you'll see the inception of my channel. It started with Raul Valet, by the way. And so I've been on TikTok before live, but I didn't know I could do what I could do on TikTok. I didn't know all the TikTok rules. So one day, it was like day 4 of the Lindsay Clancy trial, and I had popped on here when it was obviously lunch. And I'm like, hey, everybody, how's it going? And then they came back on, and somebody who I know on the chat who's been in my other chats, I was like, okay, I got to go now because they're streaming, and I was live on YouTube. And she's like, no, you can stay on here. So that was the inception. It was day 4 of the Lindsay Clancy trial that I've been on here, and I've been on here ever since, every morning. So I come on live at 8:30 in the morning. I'll be back here tomorrow morning at 8:30 Central Time. If you follow me, go look at my stories. You'll see I'll post it there later on today. And then, oh, good night, Megan. And then same thing, I'm on YouTube as well. So if you want to watch it, you want to watch the trial with me, you want to do verdict watch with me, whatever, you can go over to my YouTube channel, go under the live, and you'll see me. And make sure to like and subscribe over there. And then if you go over to my Facebook page, go and like that too, because all of the documents and all of these things that I'm talking about are posted over there. Veritas, Karen Reed first trial. What are you talking about? Is trial back on, Amy? No, they're done for the day. They yeeted themselves earlier today. Veritas. Trial, Karen Reed, trial 1. Yeah, you think it's going to be a hung jury. Yeah, some people do. It's a lot. All right, my law lovies and everybody, I appreciate everybody. I've been on for a while now. I need you guys. This can be a lot. This is a lot. 4 hours and 33 minutes is, well, I mean, trials last longer than that, but it's a lot. So I'm going to let you go for the day. I need to finish eating my breakfast. I haven't done that. And I have some other wrangling things I need to do because I'm going to bring you guys not only just this content, you guys wait. I know I keep saying this. I have to get some things straightened out legally, before I can move forward with some other things that I want to do. So I have to go do those, and I hope I can do some of them today, but we'll see. So thank you so much for joining me. I appreciate you. Thank you to my mods. You guys were amazing today. We had some craziness happening as we always do. So thank you so much for joining me. Tomorrow morning, I will be here 8:30 Central Time, which is 9:30 Eastern Time. I will post it on my story on YouTube or on TikTok, so you can see it. It's in the story. And then if you are going to join me on YouTube, you go under the lives, you'll see I'll have Lindsay Clancy day 18 live trial coverage and the date August 21st. And if you pop on tomorrow morning on YouTube, you just sit in the waiting room and it says your host will be here soon. And then they'll come see me. Yes, Karen, trial's over for the day. So you can go find me on YouTube and you can go watch the replay. So you can be a replay clue. All right, everybody. I appreciate you guys. The gifts were amazing. I appreciate you. I made it to 54%, but I mean, geez Louise, we were only on here for half of day. And I thank you, everybody who has joined me. Please make sure to like, follow, share, tell your friends that this is the best chat ever. And I say that because you guys are amazing. Everybody who plays nicely and are nice to one another. I appreciate you for everything that you do. Thank you, my mods. I can't do it without you. I've sent you lovely messages, more to come. So thank you so much. I appreciate every one of you. And I will see you again tomorrow morning, 8:30 Central, 9:30 Eastern. Bye-bye. All right, my YouTubies, thank you so much for joining me. I appreciate you so much. Your chats are very good, and I hope that you guys appreciate all of the stuff that's going on. I tried to be very fair, very honest. I try to give you what you need. I try to answer all of your questions to the best of my ability, and I tried to stay neutral in Switzerland. But that's going to change once the verdict comes out, and I probably will. We'll see. I'm still on the fence. As soon as everything comes in, I will go over what my thoughts and feelings are. I'll explain how I came to those thoughts and feelings. And even if we disagree, we can agree to disagree because maybe in the next case we agree. So with that, thank you so much. I appreciate you for joining me. And I have a lovely little outro on YouTube. So here we go. Hopefully it's not too loud. Bye-bye. Thanks for watching Legalese 1, 2, 3. If you like what you saw, please like and subscribe for more content.